Settle down as we are about to begin the inaugural session of the 3-day international seminar on Designing the Futures 2026. I also request all of you to please switch off your mobile phones or keep them on the silent mode. And please do not receive any phone calls during the duration of the session. Our chief guest of the day, Shri Shashank Mani Tripathi ji, Honorable Member of Parliament from Deoria, Uttar Pradesh, and our guests of honor, Architect Vivekanand Pai, Secretary General Vijnana Bharti, Shri Salil Kumar, Director, Department of Youth Affairs, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Architect Dikshu Kukreja, Honorary Consul General for the Republic of Albania, Delhi, and Architect Vivek Gupta, Senate Member SPA New Delhi, shall be joining us very soon. And then we shall start with the formal ceremony. I would also like to inform the audience that this event shall be live streamed, and the link for the live broadcast shall be shared with all of you, enabling a wider outreach and engagement of the seminar. Thank you. we now begin the inaugural session of the International Seminar on Designing the Future 2026, known as ISDF 2026. May I request all present in the hall to kindly give a huge round of applause as I invite the distinguished dignitaries to grace the dais, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our chief guest of the inaugural session, Shri Shashank Mani Tripathi ji, Honorable Member of Parliament, Lok Sabha, Deoria, Uttar Pradesh. Our worthy guests of honor, Architect Vivekanand Pai, Secretary General, Vijnana Bharti. Shri Salil Kumar, Director, Department of Youth Affairs, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports. Architect Dikshu Kukreja, Honorary Consul General for the Republic of Albania, Delhi. And Professor Dr. Vrinder Kumar Paul, Director, SPA, New Delhi. Lamp. May I now request the esteemed guests gracing the dais to light the ceremonial lamp as a mark of auspicious beginning of this three-day international seminar, ISDF 2026. Russians. I request everyone to kindly rise for the national song, which shall be followed by the national anthem.
महान अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा। तब शुभ नामे जागे, तब शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तब जय गाथा। जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. As a gesture of gratitude and respect, may I now request Professor Dr. Virender Kumar Paul, Director SPA New Delhi, to felicitate our distinguished guests whose presence has brought a unique energy and inspiration to this gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our chief guest, Shri Shashank Mani Tripathi ji, our guest of honor, Architect Vivekanand Pai, Shri Salil Kumar, Director, Department of Youth Affairs, Architect Dikshu Kukreja, On this note, I also invite Dr. Professor Virender Kumar Paul, Director SPA New Delhi, to deliver the formal welcome address.
आप सभी का नमस्ते। श्री शशांक मणि त्रिपाठी जी, माननीय सांसद देवरिया, आज के कार्यक्रम के मुख्य अतिथि, आदरणीय श्री विवेकानंद पाई जी, सेक्रेटरी जनरल विज्ञान भारती, आज के कार्यक्रम के सम्मानित अतिथि, सम्मान योग्य आर्किटेक्ट एम्बेसडर श्री दिक्षु कुकरेजा जी, ऑनरेरी कौंसल जनरल रिपब्लिक ऑफ अल्बानिया, और मेरे छोटे भाई श्री सलील कुमार जी, निदेशक युवा एवं खेल मंत्रालय, सम्मानित अतिथि, सभा में उपस्थित फैकल्टी कोलीग्स from various institutions and SPA, यहाँ उपस्थित participants for the international seminar on designing the future 2026, आप सभी का इस कार्यक्रम में हृदय से स्वागत, आभार, अभिनंदन। Creativity, inclusion, technology, youth, innovation, the broad theme of this 3-day event, और डिज़ाइनिंग द फ्यूचर, बस यही इस 3 दिवसीय कार्यक्रम का सार है, अपेक्षा है, दायित्व है और हम सबका कर्तव्य है इस देश के प्रति, इस समाज के प्रति। और इस अपेक्षा, दायित्व, कर्तव्य के मध्य में यूथ का होना स्वाभाविक है। नहीं तो किसी भी समाज, देश की प्रगति मार्ग पर निरंतरता का बना रहना एक प्रश्न चिन्ह बनता है, और शायद इसका ना होना एक अंकुश की तरफ भी हमें ले जा सकता है। इसी संदेश को विकसित भारत से जोड़ते हुए हमारा ये 3 दिन का प्रयास, जिसमें आप सभी का सौजन्य हमें प्राप्त हुआ, इसके लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। हमारे मध्य श्री माननीय शशांक जी, जो स्वयं प्रेरणा स्रोत हैं, अपने समय में IIT दिल्ली से जब ये छात्र थे और इनके बारे में जब हमने पढ़ा और जो जितना इनसे हमने मुलाकात में देखा है, ये अपने आप में एक प्रेरणा हमें देता है कि युवा भी, एनर्जी भी और लगन भी, ये सब का समावेश हमें इनमें देखने को मिलता है। हमें इनके साथ काम करने का अवसर मिला है, इसके लिए हम सर का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करते हैं। और इनका सानिध्य हमारे इस संस्थान पे रहे, ये हम अपेक्षा करते हैं। श्री दीक्षु जी आर्किटेक्ट, दिल्ली के एक बहुत बड़े आर्किटेक्चर कंसल्टेंसी एक लेगेसी से जुड़े हुए, जिसको ये आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं, अब तीसरी जनरेशन में पहुंची है। और इनका बहुत बड़ा योगदान अयोध्या में अपने कार्यक्रम में भी रहा। और जब भी हम इनका काम देखते हैं तो एक नयापन तो दिखता ही है, और लेकिन जिस तरह से उसको ये आगे प्रस्तुत करते हैं वो एज ए टीचर भी हमें बड़ा अनुसरणीय लगता है। पाई जी हमारे विज्ञान भारती के राष्ट्रीय स्तर पे भूमिका निभाते हैं। विज्ञान भारती एक राष्ट्रीय स्तर की एक संस्था है जो पूरे देश भर से वैज्ञानिक एकेडमिक लोगों को साथ जोड़ती है, और भारतीय विज्ञान और विज्ञान की प्रगति और विज्ञान के प्रति हमारा जो गर्व है उसको आगे बढ़ाता है। आपका स्वागत है। मैं पाई सर, आप कोची से पधारे हैं और शाम को लौटेंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और सलील जी हमारे निदेशक यूथ अफेयर्स मंत्रालय में, उनके सहयोग से ये सारा कार्यक्रम हमें यहाँ आज करने का अवसर मिला है। मैं इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ आपका पुनः हृदय से आभार प्रकट करता हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words and welcoming the audience and our distinguished guests. This international seminar on Designing the Future 2026 with the tagline Creativity, Inclusion and Technology in Youth Innovation is organized by School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi, in collaboration with the Department of Youth Affairs, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India. This 3-day international seminar is a partnership that integrates the academic expertise in architecture, design, and planning of SPA New Delhi with the government's national goals for youth empowerment. With this collaboration, SPA New Delhi and Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports aim to create a vibrant platform where youth engage directly with leading scholars, practitioners, and policymakers to explore inclusive and future-oriented design thinking. It is with great pleasure that we host this gathering of thinkers, innovators, designers, technologists, policymakers, and youth leaders who are collectively exploring the question that concerns all of us, which is, how do we design the future in a way that is inclusive, ethical, creative, and sustainable at the same time? I now take this privilege to introduce our chief guest, Honorable Shri Shashank Mani Tripathi ji. Shri Tripathi ji is an Honorable Member of Parliament from the Deoria constituency in Uttar Pradesh since 2004. He currently serves as the BJP's whip and is a member of the prestigious Standing Committee on Defense as well as the Consultative Committee for Finance, reflecting his deep commitment to India's security and strategic growth. Shri Tripathi ji is the visionary founder of the Jagriti Yatra, the world's largest entrepreneur train journey that has inspired over 8,000 young leaders and social entrepreneurs across India for over 16 years. Through this initiative, he aims to foster a new generation of change makers dedicated to nation building and sustainable development. In addition, he established the Jagriti Enterprise Center, Purvanchal, in Deoria, a unique rural innovation hub dedicated to nurturing the local entrepreneurship. In 2023, the Jagriti Yatra gained international prominence by collaborating with the G20 Startup 20, drawing global participation and recognition. His tenure in politics is marked by impactful grassroots initiatives, including the Jan Bhagidari Yatra in October 2022, covering 500 villages to directly engage with the constituents. He is also an accomplished author and a thought leader with notable works including India, A Journey Through a Healing Civilization, and Middle of Diamond India, National Renaissance Through Participation and Enterprise, reflecting his deep engagement with India's development trajectory and societal transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome him on stage.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। सर्वप्रथम मैं मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ यूथ एंड स्पोर्ट्स को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि उन्होंने इस प्रकार की परिकल्पना की। मनसुख जी से मैं मिलता रहता हूं सदन में, तो पहले तो इस प्रकार का प्रोग्राम हम सब के लिए बहुत प्रेरणादायक है। दूसरा, मैं डॉक्टर पॉल को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि उन्होंने मुझे यहाँ पर बतौर मुख्य अतिथि बुलाया। उनको मुझसे झगड़ा करना पड़ा क्योंकि मैं सचेतक भी हूँ, तो मेरी एक मीटिंग भी थी, तो बोला नहीं आपको आना पड़ेगा। तो इसी के बाद तुरंत ही मुझे निकल जाना पड़ेगा क्योंकि पार्लियामेंट भी शुरू हो रहा है आज। मिस्टर सोनी रजिस्ट्रार, नमस्कार आपको। विवेकानंद जी, आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आप कोची से चल के आए। सलिल जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि आप लोगों ने इस प्रकार का बीड़ा उठाया। और अंत में दीक्षु कुकरेजा जी, आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आपके बारे में ज़्यादा जानना चाहूँगा क्योंकि मैं भी अपने क्षेत्र में काफ़ी आर्किटेक्चरल चीज़ें कर रहा हूँ जिसमें आपकी सहभागिता की आवश्यकता होगी। दोस्तों, मैं 3 बिंदु आपके बीच में रखना चाहूँगा। पहले तो क्या ज़रूरत है इस प्रकार के सेमिनार को करने की, इसकी आवश्यकता क्या है और कैसे हम लोग भारतीय आधुनिकता को बढ़ा के क्रिएटिविटी पे संचार करें। दूसरा, मेरा जो अनुभव है जागृति यात्रा के माध्यम से जिसका उल्लेख किया गया, जागृति उद्यम केंद्र के माध्यम से, और युवाओं के साथ मैंने बहुत काम किया है कई सालों तक। 18 साल से मैं 15,000 किलोमीटर हर साल 8,000 किलोमीटर हर साल 15 दिन के लिए घूमता हूँ। और तीसरा मेरा विषय रहेगा कि हम लोग एसपीए के साथ मिल के जो काम कर रहे हैं देवरिया में, उससे आप क्या सीख ले सकते हैं। और उसी के साथ साथ मैं आपको आमंत्रित करना चाहता हूँ अपने संसदीय क्षेत्र में, क्योंकि जैसा कई आर्किटेक्ट्स ने कहा है कि मैं एक बार राजीव मल्होत्रा, एक बड़े फेमस आर्किटेक्ट है, उनके सेमिनार में बैठा हुआ था, तो उन्होंने बोला कि यू कैन डिज़ाइन योर मदर्स फ्रेंड्स किचन इन दीज लार्ज urban conglomerates, or you can go to the 2,700 towns and villages of this nation and design for the real India. तो मैं इसी से शुरुआत करना चाहता हूँ कि असली भारत की क्या आवश्यकता है, क्यों विकसित भारत के लिए आपकी आवश्यकता है और कैसे भारतीय आधुनिकता का निर्वात हम लोग करना पड़ेगा। दोस्तों, बहुत शुभ घड़ी है कि आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में हम लोगों ने बीड़ा उठाया कि अगले लगभग 22 साल में एक नए भारत का निर्माण करना है। और ये आखिरी मौका है क्योंकि इसके बाद हमारी आबादी बूढ़ी होने लगेगी। अभी डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड हमारे साथ है, अगले 10-15 साल में हम लोग की बढ़त होगी हमारे पॉपुलेशन में, लेकिन उसी साथ साथ जो लोग 18 और 60 के बीच में हैं उसकी अनुपात बनस्पत पूरे पॉपुलेशन की वो बढ़ती रहेगी धीरे धीरे, और उसके बाद वो घटने लगेगी। तो चीन का हाल आज हो रहा है वो 15-20 साल में हमारा होगा। तो एक सुनहरा मौका है कि हम लोग विकसित भारत का प्रण जो लिया है हम सब में, उसमें पूरी तरह आगे बढ़ें। लेकिन विकसित भारत के पीछे क्या सिद्धांत है? मेरे हिसाब से वह सिद्धांत है ह्यूमनिज्म का। और हमारे पार्टी के संस्थापक दीनदयाल उपाध्याय जी ने एकात्म मानववाद के दर्शन को अपनाया। इंटेग्रल ह्यूमनिज्म के बारे में आप लोग पढ़िए, और उसी के आधार पर मैंने ह्यूमनिस्ट इकोनॉमिक्स के बारे में शोध किया है। और ह्यूमनिस्ट इकोनॉमिक्स के 4 पहलू हैं और 5वें पहलू पे मैं आप और बताऊंगा। एक पहलू है कि हम लोग कैसे मानव में जो शक्ति है उसको उजागर करने के लिए एक परितंत्र बनाएं ताकि हम में छुपा हुआ हनुमान, हम में छुपी हुई लक्ष्मीबाई, मंगल पांडे उठे। मैं पूर्वांचल से आता हूँ, ये 2 बड़े योद्धा वहाँ के थे जिन्होंने 1857 के युद्ध में पहला संग्राम लिया था। तो मैं अक्सर जिक्र करता हूँ वो रामायण का प्रिय दोहा मेरा, कहाँ रीछ पत सुन हनुमाना, का चुप साध रही बलवाना, पवन सनैबल पवन समाना, बुद्धि विवेक विज्ञान विधाना। हम सब में, हमारे नागरिकों में बहुत शक्ति है, लेकिन उसको शक्ति को उजागर करने के लिए हम सबको जामवंत का काम करना पड़ेगा। और ये बड़ा दुर्भाग्य है कि सोशलिज्म को लेके और एक तरफ कैपिटलिज्म को लेके या तो पूंजीवाद ही देश का उद्धार कर सकता था या फिर सिर्फ सोशलिस्ट मतलब सरकार ही कर सकती थी। ऐसा नहीं है। हम समझते हैं कि मानव में छुपी शक्ति, हर एफपीओ में जान है। आज मैं शायद सदन में बोलूंगा कृषि पे, हर एसएचजी ग्रुप में जान है, हर व्यक्ति में जान है, हर समाज के व्यक्ति में जान है। ये बहुत बड़ा एक अर्थव्यवस्था का हम लोग उदाहरण दे सकते हैं। मानवतावादी अर्थव्यवस्था पर मैं शोध कर रहा हूँ। हम एक इंस्टीट्यूट खड़ा कर रहे हैं मेरे किताब के नाम पे, मिडल ऑफ डायमंड इंस्टीट्यूट मुंबई में। यदि आप लोगों को इसके लिए और भी जानकारी की जरूरत हो तो आप लोग अंतरा से बात करिएगा, अंतरा यहाँ पर हम लोग के साथ हैं। दूसरा है कि कैसे ह्यूमनिस्ट एआई को लाएं। मेरा ये मानना है कि एआई जो आज की तारीख में है वो उसी परितंत्र से प्रभावित है जो कि वेस्टर्न सभ्यता का प्रारूप है, जिसमें कुछ लोग अधिकार ले लेते हैं डेटा का, फिर आपको नियंत्रण करते हैं, आपको एक तरह से कब्जी बना लेते हैं, मतलब बंधक बना लेते हैं अपने टिकटॉक फीड पे या किस फीड पे। तीसरा है कि हम लोग कैसे फर्म्स की भी चिंता एक मानवतावादी अर्थव्यवस्था से करें। अभी जो हम लोग को मिला गया है कि बड़े फर्म्स जो कि प्रिंसटन और हार्वर्ड में पढ़ाया जाता है उसको हम लोगों ने हुक लाइन एंड सिंकर सॉल्व कर लिया है। हम कैसे लघु उद्योग के बारे में बात करें, मध्यवर्गीय उद्योग के बारे में बात करें, एफपीओ के बारे में बात करें, कोऑपरेटिव्स के बारे में बात करें जिसकी मिनिस्ट्री बनाई है। चौथा, जैसा कि मैंने कहा, सरकार को कैसे इनेबलिंग बनाएं। सरकार का ये नहीं कि हम सब चीज़ कर लें, क्योंकि सब बोझ 140 करोड़ लोगों का सरकार अपने ऊपर ले लेगी तो श्रीलंका वाला हाल हो सकता है। हम लोग को अपने समाज को खड़ा करना पड़ेगा। गणतंत्र की बहुत बड़ी एक शक्ति है, ये चीन के पास नहीं है कि शक्ति हम लोग गणतंत्र से उठाते हैं ताकि लोगों से उठे। मेरे संसदीय क्षेत्र में मेरे कार्यालय का नाम ही है सबके प्रयास से सबका विकास। जब तक सबका प्रयास नहीं होगा तो एक सांसद 20 लाख वोटर्स, 30 लाख नागरिकों को कैसे आगे ले आ सकता है। और चौथा, जिससे मैं अपने दूसरे बिंदु की शुरुआत करना चाहता हूं, वो है एक मानववादी मॉडर्निज्म, आधुनिकता। जो आधुनिकता हमें दी गई है, जिससे हम लोग डिज़ाइन करते हैं, जिससे हम लोग अपने आप को आर्किटेक्ट करते हैं, वो कुछ हद तक कार्टीजियन है। कार्टीजियन का मतलब वेस्ट सभ्यता ने प्रभाव किया है कि मैं मानव हूँ, मेरे ऊपर मैटर है, मैं मैटर के ऊपर राज करूँगा। ये ग्रीक फिलॉसफी से चला रहा है। हमारे वेदों ने अलग कहा है, हम ब्रह्म का हिस्सा हैं, वी आर एन इंटीग्रेटेड होल। इसी से इंटीग्रल ह्यूमनिज्म का परिभाषा हुई है। तो अगर हम लोग को भारतीय आधुनिकता को अपनाना है, ऐसा नहीं कि पाश्चात्य आधुनिकता अपने प्रयोग में सही नहीं है, मे बी इन ग्रीक, मे बी यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ऑफ अमेरिका, मे बी इन यूरोप, इट मे बी रेलिवेंट, बट अगर हम लोग अपने गांव में जाते हैं, अपने परिवेश में जाते हैं, तो वहां पर सिर्फ एथिक ऑफ ऑटोनॉमी नहीं होता है, वहां पर एथिक ऑफ कम्युनिटी भी होता है और वहां पर एथिक ऑफ डिविनिटी भी होता है। तो इसलिए हम लोग अपने कल्चर से जुड़ा हुआ मॉडर्निटी अगर लाएंगे तभी जाके आपके डिज़ाइन साक्षात होंगे। अभी डिज़ाइन कहीं और से आता है, परिभाषा कहीं और की होती है मॉडर्निटी की। हम लोग कैसे मॉडर्निटी लाएं पाश्चात्य सभ्यता से, जो औपनिवेशिक संस्था ने, कॉलोनियल संस्थाओं ने हमें सिखाया है। अब समय आ गया दोस्तों, 75 साल आज़ादी के, कि हम लोग अपनी मॉडर्निटी लाएं और अपनी मॉडर्निटी से संभवतः अन्य देशों को भी प्रभावित करें। क्योंकि जो आज की तारीख में हमारे पर्यावरण में जो दुखद घटनाएं हो रही हैं, उसकी जड़ है वेस्टर्न मॉडर्निटी। उसमें कार्टीजियन मॉडर्निटी ने कहा था कि मैं पेड़ों पे राज करूंगा। टैक्सोनॉमी जो बनाई थी लीनियन सिस्टम की, वो इसलिए नहीं बनाई थी कि पेड़ों का भला होगा, इसलिए बनाई थी कि मानव पेड़ को के ऊपर आक्रमण करे। मेरे गांव में एक पेड़ है, उसी से पेड़ से मेरे गांव का नाम परिभाषित है, बड़ का पेड़ है, 300 साल पुराना है। उस पे ऊपर महिलाएं धागा बांधती हैं, क्योंकि उसको एक फिक्स बेनलीज नहीं समझती हैं, जो लीनियन सिस्टम में बरगद की परिभाषा है, उसको एक स्पिरिचुअल आस्था समझती है। इसलिए आज की तारीख में 300 साल के पेड़ को एक डाल भी कोई काट नहीं पाता है। तो इसलिए हम समझते हैं कि कैसे हम लोग इस आधुनिकता में विकेंद्रीकरण करें, इस आधुनिकता में हम लोग पर्यावरण को जोड़ें, इस आधुनिकता में हर व्यक्ति में हनुमान, हर व्यक्ति में एक भगवान समझें। ये नहीं कि किसी ने ऊपर से बता दिया कि 10 कमांडमेंट्स हैं इसलिए मैं काम कर रहा हूँ, हम सब में भगवान है। इस प्रकार की आधुनिकता को अपनाने के लिए आप सबको परिश्रम करना पड़ेगा, और यही मेरा दूसरा विषय है। यदि इस आधुनिकता को अपना के आप असली भारत में जाएंगे तो आपको एक नया स्वर्ग मिलेगा। अगर आप पुरानी आधुनिकता जो वेस्टर्न मॉडर्निटी दी गई है, जिसमें काट छाट है, न्यूटोनियन सिस्टम है, कार्टीजियन सिस्टम है, मैं हूँ तू हूँ, हम लोग के यहाँ इंटेग्रलिज्म है। हम लोग यहाँ, अगर आप मेरे गाँव में जाएंगे, ऐसा नहीं कि गाँव बहुत स्वर्ग है, गाँव में दिक्कतें हैं, क्योंकि 200 साल से इस गांव का प्रताड़न किया गया था। जब अंग्रेज आए तो उन्होंने बॉम्बे और मद्रास को स्वर्ग बनाया, उन्होंने दिल्ली को स्वर्ग बनाया, उन्होंने देवरिया का स्वर्ग नहीं बनाया, देवरिया का शोषण किया। क्यों? क्योंकि आज़ादी की लड़ाई वहीं से उठी थी। बड़े बड़े शहरों ने समझौता कर लिया था अंग्रेजों से, और वहीं से आए थे वो। कलकत्ता का नाम लिया गया क्योंकि वहाँ ब्रिटिश आए थे। तो अब प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में 75 साल बाद अब असली आवाज़ मध्य वर्ग की उतर रही। मेरी किताब का नाम ही है मिडल ऑफ डायमंड इंडिया, आप लोग उसको पढ़िए। उसमें मैंने वेस्टर्न मॉडर्निटी और इंडियन मॉडर्निटी की परिभाषा दी है। और इसीलिए अगर आप लोगों को अपने करियर्स में और इस सेमिनार के ऊपर अगर आप लोगों को कुछ करना है, तो मैं समझता हूँ कि उसके लिए आपको असली भारत में जाना पड़ेगा, मिडल ऑफ डायमंड इंडिया में, टियर 2 टियर 3 जिले, जिसमें 80 करोड़ लोग रहते हैं। न तो अति गरीब है, न तो अति अमीर है। बॉटम ऑफ द पिरामिड सही नहीं है, बॉटम ऑफ द पिरामिड 220 साल पहले सही था, अब तो मिडल ऑफ डायमंड इंडिया है। और डायमंड एक प्रेरक शब्द है। मैं हीरे को चमकाने के लिए मध्य भारत में जा रहा हूँ, मैं वहाँ पर अनुदान देने के लिए नहीं जा रहा हूँ, मैं डिपेंडेंसी नहीं देने के लिए जा रहा हूँ, मैं वहाँ की मानव शक्ति को जगाने के लिए जा रहा हूँ। अगर इस सोच से आप लोग अपने डिज़ाइन वर्क को करेंगे कि हर व्यक्ति में एक छुपा हुआ हनुमान है, तब जाके मुझे लगता है डिज़ाइन की आवश्यकता में आपको सफलता मिलेगी और भारत के अनुकूल डिज़ाइन होगा। और भारत के अनुकूल ही नहीं, विश्व के अनुकूल डिज़ाइन होगा, क्योंकि वह डिज़ाइन करीब 4 बिलियन लोग जो पूरे विश्व में न तो अति गरीब है न तो अमीर हैं, उनको प्रभावित करेगा। अभी नाइजीरिया की समस्या यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स अमेरिका नहीं सुधार सकता, वो तो वैसे भी युद्ध में बिजी है। हम लोग समझते हैं कि हम लोग की समस्याओं को हम लोग को सुधारना पड़ेगा, हम लोग की मानवतावादी अर्थव्यवस्था में करना पड़ेगा। क्यों नहीं एशिया में इतने युद्ध हुए हैं? क्योंकि भारत, और मैं चीन को भी समझता हूँ, चीन में अनफॉर्चुनेटली कम्युनिज्म का राज चल रहा है पिछले 75 साल से, लेकिन उसके पहले चीनी व्यवस्था भी, अगर आप दाओइज्म में जाइए तो दाओइज्म का भी मानक ये था कि आप पर्यावरण को साथ लेके चलिए। अलग विषय है, कन्फ्यूजन अलग है, लेकिन दाओइज्म में भी यही चीज़ें थी। तो कई चीज़ें जो कि हम लोग को पूर्व से मिलती हैं, उसके बारे में आप लोग अनुकरण करिए, असली भारत में जाइए और अपने डिज़ाइन को साक्षात करने के लिए सामान्य व्यक्ति में छुपी ऊर्जा को उठाने का काम करिए, उसको दान देने का काम मत करिए। और यही मेरा तीसरा विषय है जिसके लिए डॉक्टर पॉल के साथ हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं। पूरा एसपीए हमारे साथ लगा हुआ है। हम नई क्षेत्र में इसी मानवतावादी अर्थव्यवस्था के साथ, इसी भारतीय आधुनिकता की सोच के साथ एक शहर का विस्तार कर रहे हैं जो देवरिया शहर है। और उस शहर के विस्तार के लिए हमने एक देवारण्य का नाम का 2000 एकड़ का हमने सोचा है। अभी उसमें समय है, अभी काम चल रहा है उसमें। ये देवरिया शहर जो कि 1-1.5 लाख लोगों के लिए बना था, आज की तारीख में देवरिया शहर, मेरे पूरे संसदीय क्षेत्र में लगभग 30 लाख लोग हैं, उसमें से करीब 4-5 लाख लोग अब देवरिया शहर में रहते हैं। जो बना था शहर 1-1.5 लाख लोगों के लिए, उसमें 4 लाख लोग रहेगा, तो स्वाभाविक एक सुभाष चौक पे हर 11 बजे जाम लग जाता है। तो इसलिए हम चाहते हैं कि वहाँ पर हम लोग आने वाले समय में शहर का विस्तार करें सुचारू रूप से, और ये विस्तार आवश्यक है। और देवरिया को नया देवरिया बनाना ये देश की असली वास्तविकता है। मुंबई को शंघाई बनाना उतनी वास्तविकता नहीं है दोस्तों। तो आप लोग असली भारत में जाइए। आजमगढ़ को नया आजमगढ़ कैसे बनाए, चित्रकूट को नया चित्रकूट कैसे बनाए, कोयम्बटूर को तो नया कोयम्बटूर बन गया है, लेकिन ऐसे शहरों में जाइए, ऐसे जगह जाइए जहां शहरीकरण की आवश्यकता है। और इसीलिए मैं बहुत प्रोत्साहित हूं कि पूरा फैकल्टी हम लोग के साथ लग के, कई ऐसे लोग हैं जो कि हमारे साथ लग के देवरिया में इस प्रकार का काम कर रहे हैं। इसके लिए आप लोग सभी लोगों को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और इसी के साथ साथ मैं आमंत्रण भी करना चाहता हूं 2 चीज़ों का। एक तो यहाँ के जो नवयुवक हैं, मेरी जागृति यात्रा में अवश्य आएँ। विश्व की सबसे बड़ी रेल यात्रा है, पिछले 18 साल से चल रही है। कोविड में भी रुके नहीं हम लोगों ने डिजिटली किया। तो 18 साल से जो यात्रा, जिसका एक ही पड़ाव होता है जहाँ पर हम लोग ट्रेन में चलते हैं 15 दिन के लिए, एक पूरी ट्रेन हायर करते हैं और उसमें हम लोग एक ही जगह रुकते हैं जहाँ पर 525 लोग मेरे ही गाँव में सोते हैं, और उसमें से 160 महिलाएं होती हैं जो मेरे घर में सोती हैं, जहाँ पर एक बड़ा हम लोग की हवेली जिसमें एक कमरा मेरा है, और इसी के साथ बगल में जो मेरा जागृति उद्यम केंद्र जिसका उल्लेख मैडम ने किया था, उसमें भी पुरुष वर्ग सोते हैं। वहाँ पर हम लोगों ने एक अर्बनाइजेशन सेंटर ऑफ एक्सेलेंस भी बनाया है। यदि आप लोगों को शोध करना है, असली भारत में एंट्री लेनी है, तो मेरे संसदीय क्षेत्र से लीजिए। वहाँ पर 6 एकड़ की ज़मीन में, उसी बरगद के वृक्ष के बगल में जिसका उल्लेख मैंने किया, हमने एक बहुत अच्छा विशालकाय सेंटर बनाया है जिसका नाम है जागृति उद्यम केंद्र। अगर आप लोग आएंगे, मैं उसी गांव में रहता हूं, मैं गांव में ही रहता हूं, धोती पहन के गांव में ही रहता हूं, धोती पहन के व्हाइट हाउस भी जाता हूं, क्योंकि मुझे मालूम है कि अगर हम लोग को अपने सभ्यता को प्रचार करना है तो हम लोग अपने सभ्यता के ऊपर गर्व होना चाहिए। तो इसलिए मैं समझता हूं कि आप लोगों को आमंत्रित करना चाहता हूं जागृति उद्यम केंद्र में भी और जागृति यात्रा में भी। जागृति यात्रा में 20 से 27-28 के बीच के लोग जागृतियात्रा.com पे आवेदन दे सकते हैं। नवंबर में चलती है, 15 दिन की यात्रा है। और यदि आपको संसदीय क्षेत्र में आना है तो आप यहाँ से वैशाली पकड़िए या फ्लाइट पकड़िए, गोरखपुर आइए। देवरिया आती है वैशाली, रात को 8 बजे चलती है, वहाँ सुबह 10 बजे पहुँचती है। आप लोगों का स्वागत होगा। वहाँ पर रहने की व्यवस्था मैं करवा दूंगा और आप लोग अपना शोध वहाँ करिए ताकि हमारे परितंत्र में आप भी शामिल हो। पुनः एसपीए को धन्यवाद देते हुए मैं आपसे विदा लेता हूँ। मुझे जाना पड़ रहा है, आज संभवतः मुझे बोलना भी है एग्रीकल्चर पे, तो मैं आपसे क्षमा मांगते हुए अपनी वाणी को विराम देता हूँ। जय हिंद, जय भारत, और आप सभी को प्रणाम।
Ladies and gentlemen, at the heart of this international seminar lies a simple but powerful belief that the future will not simply be inherited, it will be designed. And the ideas that emerge from conversations like these will shape the societies of tomorrow. Aligned with this idea are the thoughts of our guest of honor, Architect Vivekanand Pai, Secretary General, Vijnana Bharti. So, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for him. Before I invite him on stage, so I would like to introduce him in detail to the audience. So, he's an architect by profession with nearly 27 years experience. And so he's the Secretary General, Vijnana Bharti, the largest voluntary platform of scientists and technocrats in the country since June 2024. Presently, he is also the Vice Chairman of the National Innovation Foundation, an autonomous institution of DST, Government of India. He also writes occasionally on the popular science magazine, Science India. Vivekanand Pai has been active in Swadeshi science movement, the Kerala chapter of Vijnana Bharti since 2005. And as a general convener of the first World Ocean Science Congress at Kochi, he was a part of the team that visualized the event as well as brought together various segments related to the blue economy and national security. And the event saw participation from around 80 national and 14 international organizations. He's also a part of the team of VIBA that is working on sustainable habitats. At the policy level, he has been involved with the formulation of VIBA's approaches on environment, agriculture, education, and development. Ladies and gentlemen, now you can give a huge round of applause to him.
Thank you. Respected Dr. Paul sir, Dr. Salil Tripathi and Dikshu Kukreja ji, other dignitaries of the dais. We heard such a vibrant speech from the Honorable Member of Parliament. It was quite nice to connect to him. The topic of today's seminar is designing the future. We have all heard probably that one word is there, Simhavalokan. Simhavalokan means lion, who is supposed to be the king of the forest. Swayameva Mrigendrata, it is said. He is the king of, he has taken up that position on himself. So when the lion leaps forward, before that he steps back and takes a look. Similarly, when we look at the future, it is worthwhile to step back, have a look of how we have evolved in the recent past, so that maybe some projections we can make. I completed my BArch in 93. So around 95, I was doing a project for a person who was then placed in UAE. So I used to do the sketches, hand sketches, color it, pepper it with some colors, and then go to a place some 20 minutes away. They had that ISD booth, and also the fax, color fax had come. So used to fax it to him. One set, maybe 6-8 pages, would cost me around 600 rupees to transmit it. Forward to 2010, maybe 1.5 decades later, one of my clients had been to US and I was communicating with him. So I was talking to him over the phone. The drawings were ready on my laptop. I don't have to be even at my office or home. I can be anywhere. I am talking to him. We are talking about some changes. Immediately I do it, and in a minute, it is transferred to him. So in 1.5 decades, that was the transformation that had happened. But before that, 5 years or 6 years before that, during my mid-course, I was doing another design, and that person was also somewhere in the Middle East. So I used to take the printouts, send it to him by courier. It will cost a huge amount and it will take days to reach. So if we take a Simhavalokan, in the past 2.5-3 decades, this is the transformation that has happened in communications technology. Now, I did my internship at Mumbai with Ajit Bhutta Associates. One of the things that was very interesting for all of us was that those early days in the 91, he had bought a lot of computers. Many of them were 286, 386, and some softwares are also there. There was one person who was doing a kind of like initially trying to do an animation. So he did something like a aeroplane, and it was moving from one corner of the screen to another, and we were all clapping. And just see how much it has transformed today. But even when that was happening in 91, they were doing in Mumbai, a lot of multi-storied buildings. But all the 3Ds were beautifully done by hand. There were artists who brought it so lively pictures. We cannot imagine that this kind of a quality is possible by hand. That kind of 3D they were making. And today, we don't have that pain. So much of transformation has happened in making perspectives, walkthroughs, and everything. The software has traversed so much. Almost like real-time pictures we can have. And today we are in the world of deep fakes. We may not even know whether it is a real building or an designed one. So that transformation has definitely happened. But one thing that was very interesting for me about the sessions today was that it has inclusive design and social futures. So it talks about social futures. It has sustainability, climate resilience, and ecological futures. It talks about sustainability, technology for transformation, and of course creative education, youth leadership. So these three words, if you look at it, social futures, sustainability, and technology for transformation. There was a very interesting experiment conducted by NIMH, one John B. Calhoun in 1968-73. It is called the mouse experiment. It was part of something called Universe 25. What they did was 4 pairs of mice, white. They were provided with all the food. And that experiment, you can Google it, you can see the whole thing. They fed, had breeded and increased the numbers, then it peaked. And at a point, there is a kind of like lethargy creeping in. Slowly the population started coming down. And in time, the whole population was finished. That is called the mouse experiment. So one of the readings was that when population density exceeds available social roles, even when physical needs are met, severe social dysfunction and psychological death occurs. Just look at many of the so-called advanced societies today. The projections are that South Korea, the fertility, TFR, total fertility rate has dropped so much. It has taken an irreversible path. And many projections are that in another few decades, that society may not be there. Now, Shashank Maniji talked about what is happening in China. So when we are talking about social futures, what is critical is social roles. And unless we understand this, the deep meaning of this, whatever we do, what we call development today, will the society exist to have that development? I have some other things about the development aspect also. So that is one thing today we can think about and maybe take a course correction. What are the social roles? Then comes the next question. What is our social role model? Shashank Maniji talked about decolonization. See, unfortunately, what has happened today, I am talking to you in a language which is neither mine nor yours. Maybe we are away, I am from Cochin, so around 3,000 kilometers. But I am talking a language 6,000 kilometers away. But if we look at many of the so-called societies which have actually won so many Nobel Prizes in science and technology, there is a huge importance for their language. Because language is also a parameter of our social identity. Like that, so many other aspects are there. Our lifestyle, our culinary aspects, and how deep we have known our culture today. Just now Shashank Maniji talked about, next we are coming to the point of sustainability. Shashank Maniji talked about how sustainability and colonization is connected. There is a very wonderful book by Amitav Ghosh, The Nutmeg's Curse. I don't know if some of you have read that book. He starts the book by mentioning an anecdote in the Indonesian archipelago. I think it was the Dutch who attacked it because they were trading with them some kind of a nutmeg which was very unique to that island. And they were not the only traders. There were other traders also. So the Dutch people, the Dutch general wanted them to trade only with them. And the island people said, no. Just like now India is saying, we will look at whatever is the best commercial option for oil and we will buy it. They said, we will look at the best commercial option and we will sell it to him, whoever offers the best price. But the Dutch didn't like it. They attacked it, annihilated the population. Because the whole viewpoint, the Western viewpoint, encircled around the nature as resources. Whereas the Eastern viewpoint, including the Indonesia, Southeast Asia, they looked at the nature as a family. So Himalaya was a Nagadi Raja. He is the king of the mountains. The river Ganga was Ma, and the forests were revered. The trees were revered. So when we look at a Ganga Maya, it will be very difficult to do something which will harm it. But when that thought process changed, somebody mentioned to me very beautiful anecdote. We are talking about Nal Se Jal today. The day we started, he said, it is debatable, but he said the day we started having water from in our tap, we stopped looking reverentially towards our water bodies. Because nobody is even bothered where the water is coming from. The only botheration is whether it is available in our tap. So our water bodies were getting, like becoming dustbins. They were getting filled. We were building upon them, never realizing that it will be like when the Mithi river is just made into a small nalla under the Mumbai airport. One day will come when the river will remember its course and no aircrafts will be able to land at the airport. So this is a kind of an understanding question, and that is what sustainability means. So when we talk about social futures, we have to understand what are the social roles that were given. How our society was, like a kind of arranged in such a way that there were every person had his own role in a family. Now coming to the family question, what happens is there was the Frankfurt School in the 20s in Germany. Hitler stopped them, he sent them away. They went to US and the new school and everything came out, and they were talking about individual liberty. Just now Shashank Maniji also talked about individual autonomy of the society and autonomy, family, that connection. Unfortunately, the idea of this new school was that The individual is the central. Just like human is the center in the nature, individual is the center, my body, my choice. And that resulted in a society where I was just talking to somebody last week at Dehradun who was from US and he was building schools there. And he mentioned one number to me. He said the schools are costing enormously there and he's involved in the contracts of that. He said around $400 million for us building a school. And it was converting to 3,600 crores. I thought maybe that he has made a mistake. Some zeros were added. So I then Googled it after our discussion. And I found that it is costing around $100 million to $400 million. 3,600 crores for a school for 2,000 students. Then I divided. And it was costing around 46.55 lakhs per student for a school. We know the infrastructure in SPA and how much it has cost. But then what are the products of this school? This school which has spent millions per student to construct, maybe it will be there for 2 decades, 3 decades or multiple decades. Just look at the products. What is this US school known for or in the news today? Every week, there is a shooting. A student shoots his colleagues, his classmates, his faculty, or himself. So, on the one side, you are spending this huge amount, and what are you achieving? When we look at the top class in the US today, everyone talks about, not just Indians. When the Europeans also come, they say you have so many, even when we informally meet some European, they have so much of respect for India because we have given them the top technocrats there. And they are coming from the so-called Tier 2 or Tier 3 cities. I was talking to Shivan of ISRO's former chairman. He listed so many top persons there. They were all from local engineering colleges, not even IITs. Because IITs, we have reserved them for the developed world. Out of the total engineering talent of ISRO, less than 2% is from IITs and all others are there. And we have done wonders. So when our investment in education, we always complain that it is so low. Even with such low investment, we have brought out so much of talent. So it is just not the investment that is the important thing. That is my point today. When we look at the future of design, future of society, future in terms of sustainability and in terms of technology transformation, the key point is, what is our viewpoint? It is based on our viewpoint that our standpoint occurs. So somebody gave an example of rasgullas. He said, if we have a rasgulla, it is very tasty. Then we feel one more, then one more, maybe 3, 4, some limit. But if we insist on somebody having indefinite amount of rasgullas, then there is aversion setting in. The same thing happens with development. There is a kind of course, development is required, but it has to be balanced with a drishti, a viewpoint, an understanding, is kind of what we may call, what Shashank Maniji also talked about, Brahman. Unless this kind of a balance of our material development and spiritual development is there, unless that balance is there, imbalance, either it is, if it is totally material or if it is totally spiritual, society cannot exist. It has to be balanced. That is the Bharatiya philosophy and Bharatiya viewpoint of development. And when we look at that, then we understand the nature. We are only a part of the nature and we are not the sole superpower of the nature. Then our concern for sustainability comes. Then we think of the technology alternatives. I talked to somebody from the Wadia Institute just last week. She is doing research on Kedarnath. So she was saying, now in April the season will start. As it concludes, just a week before, what many of these people who have their tents and everything there, they just go on starting burning whatever is the waste. Most of it is plastic. We have our small chips and eatables and tents and beddings and everything. They just burn it. What is happening? This is going into carbon black. The snow which has been, the glaciers which has been built over centuries, that has the top layer which actually reflects the solar radiation. But unfortunately, when this goes into that starts, consuming that solar heat, thermal heat. It absorbs the heat, then the solar glaciers start melting. So such a small thing, we have not yet been able to find a technology solution to that. It is both sociological as well as technological. So what are the technologies that we can do? I was talking to somebody whether we can have bamboo as a solution for these tents and all that, modular bamboo cottages. So they were very interested. Probably SPA can take the lead. Now the Kumbh is coming in Haridwar, then before that in Ujjain and Nasik also. So can we think of cottages which can be then modular, and then we can move it to some small tourist spots over the Himalayas, so that they do so much of less damage. So when we look at the technology transformation part, one of the questions is what are the new materials, advanced materials that can be there, which are technologically much more sustainable. And climatologically this thing, when we look at the social situation, we are talking about urbanization. How urbanization has evolved? Urbanization has evolved because of the opportunities in market space. Today we have technological this thing where Amazon and others are the biggest marketplaces. So we actually don't need physical proximity to do marketing. So can we think of a much more decentralized urban development which is technologically enabled, so that we take advantage of the urbanization to a limited extent, but not damage? Because just look at the footprint of water in Mumbai, 100, 200, 300 kilometers. You look at the footprint of food in Mumbai, average footprint, it will be hundreds of kilometers. That book is there, Small is Beautiful. It talks about how much of transport footprint is there. If we measure the footprint of our daily breakfast or lunch or dinner, it is huge. And it is not sustainable. So unless and until we think of, I was very impressed by what Shashank Maniji talked about the tier 2 and tier 3 cities. Unless and until we decentralize this, it is not, that is the biggest technological transformation in urbanization that is required today. Because even from the quality point of view of quality of life, just look at the quality of life of the strata that is basically, at least just basically sustaining in Mumbai. In small matchboxes, they don't even have a proper room. And the kind of air quality, I don't have to talk to Delhiites about. So unless and until we look at those technological solutions, of course, there will be very fancy gadgets and everything. Our processing speed is doubling, and like from the mobile to now it is a convergence device. We can do everything. But for whom? And what is the quality of life? This is the challenge. I am sure very wonderful topics you have selected. And the final one is youth empowerment. It is the youth who has to answer these questions. I look forward to solutions from you all in the coming days. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for such thought-provoking and inspirational words. As we continue our exploration of creativity, inclusion, and the future of the built environment, it is important to also reflect on the role of design leadership in shaping sustainable and forward-looking practices. Continuing with this line of thought, we now move to hear from a distinguished voice from the professional practice. I have the pleasure to introduce our guest of honor, Architect Dikshu Kukreja, Honorary Consul General for the Republic of Albania, India. Mr. Kukreja is a world-renowned architect and urban planner, currently serving as the managing principal of CP Kukreja Architects, a firm ranked amongst top 100 architecture and planning firms in the world and top 5 in Asia. He holds the prestigious position of Honorary Consul General of the Republic of Albania to India, a testament to Mr. Kukreja's exceptional contributions to architecture and his commitment to fostering international relations. Mr. Kukreja earned his master's in architecture from Harvard University, USA, and remains a staunch environmentalist and urbanist. He has also authored the book 5 Decades of India's Built Environment. Recognized as the face of 21st century architecture in India, he has been featured in the who's who of Asia and is a sought-after speaker delivering lectures globally. His thoughts on urban issues are featured in leading national dailies as well as electronic media regularly. Recently, he hosted the acclaimed TV series Tale of Two Cities, engaging in conversations with presidents, prime ministers, and mayors worldwide. He was appointed by the Indian government with the task of bringing together global thought leaders for a discourse on livable cities at the Think 20 official engagement group of the G20. He played a pivotal role in promoting sustainable architectural practices. He has received numerous accolades and recognition for his innovative designs that prioritize environmental conservation and social responsibility. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Kukreja.
Good morning to all of you. It's a pleasure and also an honor for me to be here. And when a man who I admire so much from my heart, Professor Paul, Dr. Paul, invited me here, I thought I must come and interact with you. And the reason for that is that this subject, which is about an international aspect, a global aspect, and it's engaging with the future, and the future is all of you sitting here, the youth. And when we talk about design, which is really my DNA, something that is so close to my heart, I could not resist but be here with you all this morning. So thank you very much. But before I continue, I'm going to request the ladies to sit. I cannot speak if I see you people standing there. Very kind of you, but may I request you to at least take a seat. So it's something, like I said, which is such a pertinent subject, and the chief guest this morning has spoken so eloquently about the fact that how in India the tradition of design has been all pervasive, and somewhere in the time, I guess, when the British came here, somewhere in the last couple of centuries, and I would even go as far as saying post-independent India, we lost that finesse. We have become oblivious to it. And the example that Architect Pai just mentioned about, how we get used to certain luxuries, and therefore we forget their originality, where they come from, the water coming from the tap, how insignificant it has made the very source of water in our minds, in our thinking, in our priority towards the environment. So I think all these aspects are so important, and who can deal better with them than the youth who are here to look at a very bright future, not just for India, but for the world. So I'm just going to be very brief, but share a few thoughts, like I said, which I think is important and pertinent for this audience. First and foremost, I want to quell this notion of design being something which is only studied, understood, and experienced in the hallowed corridors or knowledge of academic institutions or those who are well literate. I, for one, don't believe in that at all. I think design is omnipresent. Design is everywhere. The chairs that you are sitting on right now, I'm not sure how comfortable they are, and the room that we are in, all these aspects are design which are surrounding us. And therefore, my mantra to the youth is always that really we are not going to go into Ivy Leagues. I might have made that mistake of going and studying in an Ivy League about design, but design is something which is all pervasive and comes out of common sense and observation. So that is something we really need to be more and more sensitized about and go out there and even make society sensitive towards it. One of the shows that was just mentioned in my introduction, Tale of Two Cities, I had the good fortune of engaging and hosting another television series called Deciphering Design with Dikshu. So that was a TV series where I actually delved into every week. On each episode, I engaged in conversations with people in different fields of design. Now, some of you might think that would have probably been my conversation with an architect or an interior designer. No, that was, of course, there. But it went further to delve into culinary design. Now, I see the audience seems very diverse, coming from different parts of this country. Let's take the smallest example of a thali. How, whether it's in Gujarat or it's in Kerala or Tamil Nadu or Andhra, the design of that thali that comes in front of us, if you've ever noticed the textures out there, the colors out there, how different it is. So one of the episodes delved into culinary design. Another one delved into sports, into how design of sporting vehicles, let's say even cars, how cars design has changed over time. And then one of those episodes delved into, well, design of public spaces, etc. But one of them was about policy. So I engaged in a conversation with a politician because let's not forget, like we had the Honorable Chief Guest here who's gone to the Parliament and they're going to be framing policies for you and me. So that's also an element of design. So my point here is that design is all pervasive. And it is not something that we really need to read a lot about. I know most of you are research scholars, so I'm not trying to belittle your contribution. But what I feel is that as a society, we all need to be more observant and more sensitive towards design. When we travel in other parts of the world, be it even what is today, I am a big fan of the global south, because I think for us, like you mentioned, Architect Pai as well, I think what we needed to learn or unlearn from the West, we have done the learning part, we probably need to do some of the unlearning part. But really our inspiration today, the live examples that we can take from, not just within our country, but outside would be from the global south. So when I talk about cities like, or I'm asked which is your favorite city, it's not Chicago, New York, or Tokyo. For me, one of my favorite cities is Cape Town. How they have transformed. And these are similar economies, similar political transitions, similar challenges and tribulations that the people feel and have gone through. Another city that I really admire is Bogota in Colombia. How that, being a crime-ridden city, a crime-ridden country, has transformed into a very vibrant city, full of public spaces, a great transport system. Perhaps in Delhi we didn't take it correctly when we looked at the BRT, but a very successful system. Another city that I think has gone through a major transformation is Bangkok. It used to be a city which people had literally condemned. People used to give examples of how bad traffic can be in a city, plus many other issues that were there, leading to even social unrest. Today, that city is totally transformed, be it its urban mobility solutions, how they've changed what was the backyard of the city, which was the river, has today become one of the real public spaces, public spines of that city. So lots to learn from the global south itself. As I say, design is everywhere. You know, I noticed that when we design projects, when I'm talking to the young architects in our studios, many times we falter on the aspect that we look at something two-dimensionally. And we think that line that we draw, we don't realize that it's actually going to shape the way that institution or that building or the inhabitants in that building are going to function and go through day and night. For example, just the mere design of a staircase. It could be an element which you're going to be heaving and panting as you climb that staircase, and probably being very, very upset with the designer, or that same staircase. And there are examples again going into Indian architecture, traditional Indian architecture, be it the stepwells and many other examples, the ghats. The same staircase, and let's say even if it's a staircase within a building, can become a point of interaction. You want to pause there, you want to hang out in that staircase, you want to talk to other people there, and certainly it's one of the most comfortable to walk up or down. So there are elements of design which affect people and their daily lives so much, but we tend to sometimes forget about it when we are in our sort of daily chore of designing buildings and designing projects. I also feel that, and I'm repeating this point here about observation. Now, the research scholars and people who are still in university campuses, have you ever actually wondered why a certain courtyard in your campus becomes the hub of activity? You will always see, whether it's in any season, it's in any time of the day, students or faculty would love to hang out there. Why that courtyard suddenly becomes important? Is it the scale of the courtyard? Is it the plantation there? Is it the what you see around in that courtyard? Is it the accessibility to that courtyard? While certain other courtyards might literally turn into backyards or something that nobody wants to go to. So these points of observation, I believe, can inform a good and sensitive design thinking. Now, the youth. We've spoken about the youth, and the audience here is really, like I said, comprising of the youth and the future of this country. I think somewhere we have this perennial debate or conundrum between technology and tradition. For me, they are really two sides of the same coin. Now, it might sound something, you might find very odd, but I personally feel that if you look at examples within India, whether it is, I mentioned the stepwell, so whether it is the solutions of source of water, whether it is the solution of sustainable design, whether it is architectural elements like jalis and chhatris and many other jhajjas and many other traditional elements, these elements have not come out of mere aesthetics or frivolous aspects of just trying to adorn a building, but they are actually responses to the climate and to the context of where the buildings were coming up. So for me, when we talk about technology, this is only a further step forward in terms of actually imbibing or taking inspiration from those elements of architectural design, elements of public design, elements of urban design, and transforming them, or I would say enhancing them with technology. So what do I mean by that? Let's say we are creating a public space, and you're creating, again, an open-air amphitheater in that. There is a lot of inspiration you can take from the ghats which have been built along our rivers, of what should be the proportion of the riser and the tread. That in itself makes it for a comfortable walk and a comfortable seating. Now, in that, you can bring in technology, you can bring in the PA systems, you can bring in, your mobile recharging points, etc. So there are so many ways. Learning from our tradition and bringing in technology can make a public space relevant to today's times, but also at the same time contextual to what we are doing. And for me, design is always to be inspiration from its context. The moment we start understanding the site, understanding the culture, understanding the climate of that place, we will come up with informed design. If we start looking at, as was mentioned earlier, bringing Shanghai into Mumbai, or trying to bring, many clients sometimes walk through our doors and come in and say, oh, I want you to build this such and such county which I have seen in California, or such and such Mediterranean town that I have seen. I would like you to bring that architecture, Greek, Italian, or whatever else it is. And I really find that appalling. I feel that somewhere we are probably clueless and lack our own identity. It's not to dispel anywhere else in the world, but I think first we need to be informed people, informed designers, aware designers, and then we can choose to pick up whatever we wish to from other parts of the world. One more point I have is about this debate, this concern, this curiosity about AI. Now, for me, and again, in the recent past, so many times I'm being asked about this, that what is it going to do to the architectural practice? What is it going to do to the future of designers, etc.? And again, for one, I would say, being a perennial optimist, I think we need to be smart with AI. Just the way a couple of decades ago when AutoCAD entered into our lives, the same questions were being asked. Will we have jobs? Will we be really drawing anymore? How will we be thinking, etc., etc.? So for me, if you ask, of course, AI is a constantly evolving technology. I don't know what will come out this evening, and that's how fast it's moving. But really, it's something which is going to give you youth as you go forward in the world of design. It's going to give you more choices. But look, the decision is still going to rest with you. So if earlier, back in my days at SPA, we used to carry the tea and the drafting table, we used to draft on that, and once a design was made, you couldn't just scrap it, and you could scrap it, but that involved a lot of hard labor. Today, you have choices at the press of a button. You're actually giving verbal commands, and here the design is coming out in seconds. So all that will happen, and maybe go on happening faster and more large and varied than even what you and I can imagine today. But the choice, the matter of decision making, is still going to rest with you and me. So if we take technology in the right way, if we look at AI and embrace it in our academic institutions, if we are bold enough to research and experiment with it, I think we could be the leaders. I think it was mentioned short while back by the chief guest as well, that, you know, in the past what we have seen with technology companies is that they literally make us pray to their technology. And while our own Prime Minister has been talking about how AI can be a great enabler for society, and it should be as easily accessible for every man on the street. I think from that perspective itself also, if we think about it, AI is something which we should not run away from, we should not be worried about it, but we should be bold enough to start experimenting with it, so that we today in the country, you today, the youth of this country, can actually come up with great solutions. We are in a world today where we live surrounded by startups. I don't know how many of you are already doing that. So I think the environment is today about a much more open environment, a much more egalitarian environment, a much more knowledge-seeking environment, and in that you all have a bright future. This country, if we are going to move towards Viksit Bharat, the demographic dividends which were spoken about, I, for one, again reiterate my optimism that all of you have a great, bright future ahead, and I hope and pray that you are going to make a better India than what we have created so far. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable insights and enlightening words, and especially for the kind gesture for the ladies. You have definitely won many hearts today. So I have now the pleasure to introduce our guest of honor, Shri Salil Kumar, Director, Department of Youth Affairs, who represents the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, in promoting youth leadership, innovation, and international engagement for active participation in nation building. Shri Salil Kumar currently serves as the Director in the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports under the Central Staffing Scheme. Following his experience in Defense Administration, he was selected for the Central Deputation and later appointed as the Director. In this capacity, he works within the Department of Youth Affairs, which is responsible for formulating and implementing policies and programs aimed at empowering India's youth population. He oversees key divisions including My Bharat, Media and Youth Hostels, focusing on youth engagement and outreach initiatives. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Shri Salil Kumar ji.
I have a small presentation. So, first of all, respected Dr. Paul, dignitaries on the dais, esteemed faculties, friends, it's a privilege for me to speak at this very timely, I say timely seminar, because when we talk about the future of the country, we talk about Viksit Bharat in 2047. And who will design this Viksit Bharat? The youth of the country will design the Viksit Bharat. So I have a small presentation telling that what I won't take more than 5 to 7 minutes, what Department of Youth Affairs is doing for youth development and how we have collaborated with SPA in this regards. We recently had a collaboration with SPA in which I think the screen is a bit small. Hopefully it is visible, otherwise I'll try to cover in the words. So Department of Youth Affairs, this is our basic pillars. Like we create engagement programs for the youth development in the country. So it's a part of Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports. Ministry has got two departments. One is Department of Youth Affairs and one is Department of Sports. So I'm basically from Department of Youth Affairs. So we basically create youth engagement, different kind of engagement for the youth of the country. Our basic is volunteerism. And our main motive is kartavya bodh and seva bhav, means inculcating of these abilities in a youth of the country. Next, please. My Bharat or Mera Yuva Bharat, which is the main key initiative of Department of Youth Affairs. And it has got mainly three verticals. One is My Bharat. We have got a youth development center in each and every district of the country. We have got a district youth officer who is a group A officer. He is posted in every district of the country. Whenever you go back to your city, your district, you can find out who is the youth affairs officers out there. They are creating different programs in the district. We have got a digital platform which is known as My Bharat platform. The platform has got more than 2 crore youth registered. The platform, the problem? Yeah. So the platform has got different engagement facilities. This platform provides a space, a digital space to other organizations, to different NGOs, to other ministries, to institutes for creating youth volunteering or youth engagement programs. So this space is provided in a way that we can create a MIS out of it, and it can be used for promoting your program to other ministries and organizations in the country also. We have got other different policies, which I'll not be covering here, which are youth hostel. We have got the youth and adolescent development policies, youth leadership development. So basically, most important is our My Bharat digital platform, which I'll be covering, which I'll be showing here, because we have collaborated with SPA in this platform. We created a program on the same platform here. Next, please. So the My Bharat platform, as I told, it's an online platform. We have got more than 2.2 crore youth registered, and daily means we are getting more than 4,000 to 5,000 registration on the platform. We are creating different programs on the platform. The platform has got two parts. One is youth side, one is organization side. So we have got more than 1 lakh organization registered on the platform, which are different state government bodies, which are different knowledge institutes. So these institutes keep creating different kind of programs for the youth engagement in their local area, or we can have a mega engagement programs which are created by the ministry at the center level. Next, please. So these are the main features. I won't go in detail in these features. There are many engagement programs. We promote experiential learning. We have got several quizzes, essay writing. Means once we launch a quiz, we get more than 40 to 50 lakh participation in the quiz. And we have got another AI-enabled CV builders in the platform. We are integrating this platform with National Career Service platform. So this is work in progress, and this platform is getting integrated to other platforms of the country, so that it becomes a one-stop solution for the youth activities in the country. Next, please. We do have a My Bharat institutional wing in the colleges, which is NSS. Some of you must be knowing about NSS. So this NSS promotes youth leadership at the institution level. So this NSS has got more than 42 lakh registered youth in the country, and this is growing day by day. Yeah, next, please. Large scale youth engagement done by the ministry, or which is promoting the leadership. So we have one flagship event every year, which is known as Viksit Bharat Viksit Bharat Young Leaders Dialogue. So this Viksit Bharat Young Leaders Dialogue is basically an interaction with the policymaker, the direct interaction of the youth with the policymaker. We choose different youth from different places, from different parts of the country through various competitions. There are basically 3 to 4 verticals. And this time in 2026, we collaborated with SPA for this event only. There was a vertical on design. We introduced a design vertical in the event, which was a very successful vertical. Earlier we were having a cultural vertical, a presentation vertical, and similar verticals. This time we introduced a design vertical also. Okay, please next. So this was our collaboration with SPA. We had a design vertical on this in Viksit Bharat Young Leaders Dialogue. This design event was launched throughout the country. We had different collaborations in every state. We got more than 3,000 entries in the first edition itself. So 3,000 is 3,000 team. Every team was having more than 2 to 3 members. So this was a very popular kind of event. We got very good solutions, and we made sure, or I think Dr. Aditi is here, she'll complement it. We made sure that we are not getting any jugaad kind of design out here. Whatever we got, it was backed up with the proper design features. And out of this 3,000 entries, we chose some 4,000 or 400 entries, and there was a display in each and every state capital of the country. These youth got a chance to display their design in a capital where all the policymakers of the state, all the industrialists and other guys were invited, and they were able to show their design. We chose some 26 entries or 27 entries who were called to national capital, and they were able to showcase their design in a big event at Bharat Mandapam. And I'm happy to tell that out of these, 3 chosen were got a chance to interact with the Prime Minister. And Prime Minister had an interaction of more than 30 minutes with these guys. So Prime Minister was available in the gallery for 30 minutes, interacting with the guys who were chosen through this collaboration between SPA and Department of Youth Affairs through this My Bharat portal. Next, please. Now looking up to the way forward. The way forward, what we are proposing that in Viksit Bharat Young Leaders Dialogue of 27 edition, we'll be introducing a new more vertical about this designing. This time we restricted the design competition to the institute level. We will be taking it forward to the startups also. Means youth-led startups will be also including. So we'll be collaborating with SPA in this regards. We are also looking forward to collaborate with SPA for designing of our youth resource centers in the districts. So we are planning to have youth resource center in each and every district of the country, where there will be co-working spaces. There will be a kind of place for brainstorming. There will be place for career counseling. So we will be collaborating with SPA for designing such kind of resource centers. Next, please. So that's all from my side. I thank again SPA to give me opportunity to present Department of Youth Affairs here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for such thought-provoking and inspirational words and engaging presentation. Extending our engagement with professional practice, we reflect on how design thinking informs both practice and institutional frameworks, shaping the way we respond to contemporary challenges and envision more sustainable and inclusive futures. So with this perspective, I now have the pleasure to introduce our guest of honor, Architect Vivek Gupta, who is also the Senate member of SPA New Delhi. Architect Vivek Gupta of Arvind Vivek and Associates boasts over 35 years of experience in architecture and interiors. He champions the build-to-suit ideology, emphasizing alignment with climate, coordinates, and client needs. His designs are marked by an open design vocabulary, allowing for diverse interpretations with a touch of flamboyance and fundamentally sound designs. Vivek is widely recognized for his expertise in climate-responsive and solar-passive, energy-efficient architecture, often incorporating collaborative research and material innovation. His portfolio encompasses a range of projects including civil structures, institutional complexes, housing, hospitals, and airport complexes across various ecological zones in India. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause to Architect Vivek Gupta.
इससे पहले मैं विवेक जी को यहाँ आने का मौका दूं। डिज़ाइन और इनोवेशन की बात है तो थोड़ा हमें भी इनोवेट करना चाहिए, करते ही रहना चाहिए। दीक्षु जाना चाह रहे हैं तो इसलिए थोड़ा हमको भी इनोवेट करना है और उनके प्रति आभार अंग वस्त्र और मेंटो से उनके यहाँ आने का धन्यवाद करना चाहेंगे. Please allow us to do that. Jitendra, do the honors. Where is Jitendra? Do the honors. Yeah. ये मोमेंटो हमारे स्टूडेंट्स की बनाई हुई पेंटिंग्स हैं और वी आर हैप्पी टू प्रेजेंट इट टू आवर गेस्ट. सर, आई विल कम विद यू टू द लॉबी. जस्ट गिव मी अ मोमेंट, लेट मी हैंड ओवर. I'm going to be here all the time, don't worry. विवेक जी से मैं माफ़ी भी मांगना चाहता हूँ कि रात को 2:30-3 बजे इन्होंने हमारी भाभी को रिसीव किया है एयरपोर्ट से. सुबह 9 बज गए थे. ये सोए नहीं है और हमें सोने नहीं देंगे, इस बात की गारंटी भी है. माय फ्रेंड विवेक गुप्ता.
I know this is. Filal, I've been very tough for me to speak in front of academia, which is not my forte, but very enthused to look at what's happening by Ministry of Youth Affairs. It's an amazing thing when there is a collaboration between academia and the industry. And I'm hoping that this is the way forward for us. And if we can get an engagement from the Prime Minister of the country, who's got vision for 2045, I think that'll be commendable. Anyways, I think I was told that there are going to be students, and I was just very ill prepared but I can always speak about design. I think we're very, very fortunate to be in the realm of design. We all know what is design. Design is, I think, moving an existing condition to a preferred one. And if we get that ability to change anything to a preferred condition, I think that's a phenomenal thing. Designing for future for the youth of this country, I think we're very, very privileged lot today because the country is going through an osmosis where we are really forward looking. We've got the resources to be able to manage and define the way forward, and also learn from the past, learn from the heritage that we have had, learn from the entire civilization that is behind us. So I think what is the way forward for the youth of this country? When we are designing, there are certain factors that I would expect you to keep in mind. I think with power comes responsibility. When you have the ability to transfer, to change lives, I think we should do that with a little bit of responsibility. The first and foremost thing that we need to do is, I think, to be a little more interdisciplinary in our approach to design. Pure architecture, pure design sometimes gives you a bit of a kick of ego, and until and unless you involve your interdisciplinary, because you learn from other discipline all the time. There is technology, there is science, there is community that you can involve and come out with better solution. I feel that design allows you to be a solution provider. It allows you to be a problem solver, and it also allows you to be a thought leader. And we all have to decide what is our forte. Are we the visionary who can think ahead and be the thought leaders, where we can be into the policy framing and all of that? I think what largely Ministry of what the gentleman said just now about policy framing, where we are looking ahead, we are forming policies which are, as a thought leader, we could get engaged with. Then there are solution providers, that in the country, in the field of design, in the field of architecture, in the field of urban design, we all the time have challenges. And as solution providers, we grapple with those problems and be the solution providers for all those problems, that is through design. And then being a problem solver, where you take up a problem that exists and you want to change that, like I said, to a preferred condition. So that would be the other one. I think sustainability always in design is going to be the most important thing going ahead. We are dealing with Earth. We need to be a little more thoughtful about and very considerate towards whatever we are doing, because sustainability will only be the way forward. I think largely any material which we are using, architecture and construction, will remain the largest plunderer of natural resources, and we need to be a little mindful of what we are leaving behind as youth of this nation. Your responsibility to leave behind and at least preserve what is there today is extremely important. I think the third I would like to emphasize is on being a little bit flexible in approach, because when you're designing for future is very unpredictable. We need to ensure that we are able to recalibrate to the challenges that are thrown to us. I think we can witness what's happening in the world today. The entire area in the Middle East never expected to be in the condition that they are today. We had developed in terms of architecture, in terms of construction, and in terms of perceived resilience kind of structures that did not include the scenario that is happening today. Going forward, we need to be very, very resilient in our thought process, in the kind of construction that we are doing. Also, to be able to be nimble, to be able to course correct whenever the requirement is there. I think technology will be another very, very important factor. We end up speaking about artificial intelligence. Well, it's not a foe, certainly. We need to realize that what are the strengths that artificial intelligence can give us. If your technology is savvy, I think we need to be inclusive of AI, which will always give us the IQ, but as designers, the EQ will remain with us. And I think that will be the differentiator. If you will ask AI that you've got an egg, what you can do with it, largely I think it will tell you to make an omelette or boil it or scramble, something like that. But EQ allows you to say that, no, I'll make a souffle out of it. So that's the difference I think that the EQ will always provide every designer with. So that will be another thing to go forward. Empathy is one of the most important things, I think, in design, where you are inclusive of all demographies, you're inclusive of all the social factors, you're inclusive of all age groups and or abilities also. Inclusive design, empathy in design is going to shape how we design for communities, because it's not about personal gratification, it's not about your personal design, you're designing for the community. So if there is a social engagement, there is going to be community engagement, the solutions are going to be largely beneficial for the society, and I think that is the basic, what should I say, the responsibility of a designer, because you are actually shaping things that affect people and make a difference to their lives. I think, largely this is what I would want to say to all of you. Design is an amazing, amazing responsibility, and I think we need to be a little more careful about it. We need to take up the responsibility and challenge as something that is an amazing opportunity that has come our way, and we can make the most of it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Vivek, for bringing energy in the audience once again with your gracious presence and the thoughts. I extend heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished guests on the dais who have taken time out of their busy schedules to be with us today for the inaugural session. On behalf of ISDF 2026 team, we would like to felicitate them. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause to the distinguished speakers on the dais. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for architect Vivekanand Pai. So you need to give a huge round of applause to motivate the ladies who are a bit hesitant to honor the dignitaries. Architect Vivek Gupta. Shri Salil Kumar ji. Be a little careful with this stage. Yeah. I now invite Professor Dr. Virendra Kumar Paul to summarize the inaugural session and fuel the thoughts process further of designing the future further. Welcome, sir.
As we come to close of the morning inaugural session, I would like to thank each one of you to be here, patiently listening to the distinguished guests, chief guests. It's so inspiring to listen to each one of them. Shashank Mani Tripathi ji is an inspiration by himself. I think somewhere we forgot to mention, he was a sports person at IIT Delhi, and during his time, he got the all over India IIT trophy as a sports person. और उनकी एक एनर्जी और एक लोगों के प्रति उनके साथ जुड़ने की एनर्जी और इतने बड़े इनिशिएटिव्स को एक गांव में क्यूरेट करके एक इतनी बड़ी सोच को आगे बढ़ाना, ये मेरे मित्र जो ईस्टर्न यूपी से हैं वो वहाँ के चैलेंजेस को जानते हैं, ये छोटी बात नहीं है और ये अपने आप में हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी प्रेरणा है. एंड वी आर सो फॉर्चुनेट दैट in one way or the other, we are associated with Shashank Mani ji. Dikshu, Vivek, Salil ji, Vivek ji, each one of them have their own presence in whatever they're doing. It's so inspiring. When we curated this event with the help of Poonam and Ankit and all other colleagues and other people who from SPA helped us to put all these things together. किसी एक का नाम लेना और इसी एक का छूट जाना वो इम्पोर्टेंट नहीं है. इम्पोर्टेंट ये है कि स्कूल में आज हम इतनी डिज़ाइन, इनोवेशन, क्रिएटिविटी और यूथ के लोग की भागीदारी की बात कर सके हैं और कर रहे हैं. ये एक बहुत बड़ी सोच का हिस्सा है और आगे हम इसको कैसे लेके जाएं. डिज़ाइन हमारा फोटे है बेशक, लेकिन डिज़ाइन जैसे दीक्षु ने कहा कि एक फॉर्मल स्कूल ऑफ थॉट या किसी परिधि से बंधा हुआ नहीं है. डिज़ाइन की कोई भी परिभाषा हो सकती है. इंजीनियरिंग हो सकता है, एआई हो सकता है, कुर्सी मेज आईडी में हो सकता है. एक नएपन की सोच को किसी लक्ष्य तक लेके जाना, वो भी सोच, वो भी एक डिज़ाइन है. वही डिज़ाइन है, को पेंटिंग में डिज़ाइन है. और डिज़ाइन को परस्यू करना, उसके साथ एंगेजमेंट है. एंगेजमेंट है तो डिज़ाइन की वोकैबुलरी है, चाहे वो इंजीनियरिंग डिज़ाइन है. इंजीनियरिंग डिज़ाइन है वो भी वहीं से अभिभूत होता है. वो कहीं बाहर से नहीं आता है। वोकैबुलरी बढ़ती है, स्ट्रेंथ आती है, नॉलेज आता है, विजडम आती है। तो दिस इज ए कॉन्स्टेंट परस्यूट, इट्स इनेट इन ऑल ह्यूमन बींग्स। हम पेंटिंग बनाते हैं या कोई एक कविता लिखते हैं, उसमें भी डिज़ाइन है, क्योंकि थॉट्स का डिज़ाइन है। कोई पेंटिंग से करता है। तो जब हम यूथ की बात करते हैं तो इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट दैट वी अलाउ आवर innate design quality to flourish, expand। और जो इस जर्नी में आगे बढ़ता है, मेरा स्ट्रॉन्ग बिलीफ है कि वो साधक है। कोई भी डिजाइन की परिकल्पना तब तक नहीं हो सकती जब तक आप उसमें स्वयं पूरी तरह से समर्पित और इमर्स नहीं होंगे। और ये समर्पित और इमर्स होना डिजाइन की पहली रिक्वायरमेंट है, और ये करते रहना वही एक साधना है, क्योंकि वो हो ही नहीं सकता। जब आपके दिमाग में कॉबवेब चल रहे हैं, कोई उल्टा सीधा थॉट चल रहा है, आप दाएं बाएं भटक रहे हैं, कोई डिजाइन की अभिव्यक्ति हो ही नहीं सकती, कोई थॉट की अभिव्यक्ति हो ही नहीं सकती। तो ये जो डिजाइन है, ये अपने आप में हमें एक अलग रास्ते पे चलाता है, जिसको एक साधारण भाषा में बोलें तो अच्छा इंसान बनाने के लिए प्रेरित करता है। एंड ईच वन ऑफ द डिजाइनर्स, they sometime or the other who have done remarkable work, they have been साधक। और उनको उस डिजाइन के पीछे जो उनकी साधना है उसको नमन करना, ये हम सब का एक कर्तव्य है, क्योंकि हम सब कहीं ना कहीं उस डिजाइन के साथ जुड़े हैं। और ये मेरा मानना है कि ये नेचर ने सिर्फ शायद एक इंसान आदमी को ही दे रखी है, और शायद बाकियों का तो पता नहीं, पर हमें जरूर ये एक समझ दी है। इसी चीज को आगे बढ़ाएंगे। 2-2.5 दिन के कार्यक्रम में आप सब जुड़े रहेंगे। आपका यहां आने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. So we all will now have a very short break for tea. Only 10 minutes we have because we are running a bit late. So let us see the youth energy and have a tea break of only 10 minutes. So kindly reassemble well in time in the same hall so we can start with the proceedings further with the keynote session coming up. Yeah, thank you. So through today's keynote session and upcoming panel discussion, thematic paper presentations, and collaborative conversations, this seminar aims to create a dynamic exchange of ideas that bridges disciplines, cultures, and geographies for exploring various critical themes such as inclusive design for social futures, examining how design can foster accessibility, equity, and social justice. Through the theme of creative cultures and identity, this seminar seeks to reflect on how youth-driven creativity shapes cultural narratives and heritage. With Technology for Transformation theme, it focuses on ethical and people-centric technological innovations. And through the theme of youth leadership and social entrepreneurship, it highlights the role of young leaders in addressing societal challenges. And finally, with the theme of creative education and future learning systems, it intends to explore how educational environments can nurture creativity and interdisciplinary thinking. So, geared up with all the energy and optimism, we head towards the keynote session. So, we were looking forward to meet our keynote speaker, Mr. Martin Duplantier, in person, but due to unforeseen visa-related constraints, he is unable to join us physically today. Nevertheless, we are pleased that he has shared his keynote address in a recorded format, which will now be playing for all of you. So before playing his keynote address titled Role of Young Designers Contributing to the Future Pathways, I take the privilege to introduce him. Martin Duplantier is a French architect whose work reflects a strong commitment to global perspectives and sustainable development. Raised between France and Belgium, he pursued an interdisciplinary education at HEC Paris and the National School of Architecture in Paris-Malaquais, with further academic expertise at UPC ETSAB Barcelona and the Institut d'Urbanisme de Bordeaux. Early in his career, he explored innovative and context-driven construction methods across China, Mexico, and Nigeria, notably developing earth-based, wood-free building techniques through the Icarus Association. He gained professional experience with leading international practices such as Gherkin Mag Architects and Partners Berlin and David Chipperfield Architects London. Alongside practice, he is actively engaged in research, teaching at the Kharkiv School of Architecture and curatorial work in Ukraine. A former president of AMO, he has been the associate curator of the French Pavilion at the Venice Biennale 2025. So, ladies and gentlemen, please maintain silence as we play the presentation sent by Mr. Martin.
To be invited as a keynote speaker for this event, and also very sad not to be physically with you today. I'm recording this intervention from Paris as I didn't manage to get my visa for today, but I hope that this opens the door for further collaboration, and I would be extremely glad to come to India and to visit your university very soon. Let me share some thoughts about the role of youth in the future pathways as architects, as urban designers, as future professionals in a world of changes, in a world of instability, whether environmental, climatic, or geopolitical, play big roles in this instability. Let me share my presentation and give me a few seconds. Role of young designers contributing to the future pathways. And what I would like to emphasize is the power that you all have of daring, of building a future through social and environmental innovation. as lessons for future architects and young architects. I'm Martin Duplantier, architect and urban designer, founder of Martin Duplantier Architects, based in Paris, France, but as well as in Ukraine. I've been trying to set up an approach which is grounded on three complementary dimensions. Multicultural, engaging with diversity of cultural contexts, practices, forms of knowledge, but also multispatial, as we operate across the globe, across different kinds of territories, scales, and locations, but as well multitemporal, as we address the complex relationship between past, present, and future. This is actually the DNA of architecture, but also particularly in context shaped by climate change and geopolitical instability. Our approach and our studio is based on three different departments. First one is architecture, second is landscape architecture, and the third one is urban design. And these three dimensions really feed the way we build projects, never on one single line, but rather with these three dimensions in our mind. That testify and show how architecture and architects can actually bring creative ideas, innovations, and also toolboxes to address this unstable world. What was also very interesting in this French pavilion was the fact that by itself, the experience of not being in a building, but rather on a scaffolding, without a proper roof, but under the trees, without being surrounded by four walls, white walls, but rather open to nature, to the canal, to the canopy, the green canopy, to the existing building. We used every situation to showcase the different categories of the project: living with nature, living with the existing, living with the broken. So we kind of sorted these 50 projects along these 6 categories. And for every category, we organized a conference inviting people from all around, because we think that, of course, architecture doesn't know borders, and even more in this situation of unstable world, we need to feed ourselves with global ideas and innovations. So to come back to the DNA of our studio, I grounded in Ukraine in 2022 a foundation that's called ARC4UA, Architecture for Ukraine. And altogether we gather about 50 people, architects. A lot of different projects going on at the moment. We have different offices. We try to work in an open source way, a lot of collaborations with different universities. And we would be glad actually to keep on collaborating with you. And I hope this is a first step. So projects in different parts of the world with different cultures and contexts. And to say it in short, I think what we like to have in mind is that traditions are good roots to look at how we can innovate in the future. And designing is not just about designing buildings, it's really about people and the planet or the living environment. So this social aspect of our work is very strong in Ukraine. At the moment, of course, private commissions are very scarce. And the main reason, if not the only reason why we set up this foundation was to help on the social aspect of this resistance against the Russian aggression. And if we're talking about social projects, we are, of course, talking about education and about the children. 99% of them have been traumatized since the start of the full-scale invasion. And it is very important to give them the frame of learning, of meeting, of being taught knowledge, but also of just playing. And when you have cities that are closer to the front line, maybe less than 40 kilometers, which is the spectrum of FPV drones, but also of artillery, you don't have the time, or children and you know, don't have the time to go down to the shelter. So we needed to come up with with ideas, or with an architecture that is underground and that is able to sustain constant use during the day for the children to meet again and just to go to school, because otherwise they would stay at home and have online school. And this is okay for a bit, but when you do that every day, and it's been 4 years now, and before that we had COVID, so we had in Zaporizhia a lot of kids that didn't even go to school, that didn't even know what was school. You know? So we're conducting with the administration of Zaporizhia architecture projects for underground, and so anti-bomb and anti-radiation schools. And you see here 2 kids with me. Last year, one of them has lost his mother and has Roman. His name is Roman, and Roman is a fabulous dancer. He went through 35 surgery operations to recover from this bombing in Vinica, where he lost his mother. Where he was just going to the doctor, and during the day, and the Russians hit this building. So he's a fabulous kid, and I see him very frequently. We try to keep in touch. So this architecture is really deep in the soil, as you see. We are working on fiber optics to bring natural light inside, because it's an anti-bomb and anti-radiation facility. We have no way to get direct or even indirect natural light. We have to go through technology, and this technology is called fiber optics. This is something that I already tried to implement in an underground project in Vietnam a few years back, and that we finally managed to integrate in our project here in the city of Zaporizhia. So we have also the thought of designing something that works as a double use. So it's not only an underground school, it can become something else, because in peacetime the kids will go upstairs, they will be in the regular school facilities, and these underground premises can become something to do sport, to do music, to interact in different ways. And that is why we're having this extra volumes. You know, we have high ceilings, we have these walls system. This is also a way to resist better the bombing. Once you have walls, it works much better. And education is a page that we are opening, and that brings us to different contexts in Ukraine, but also around the globe. This is a project in a small village where all the buildings were completely ripped off, and we are working hands in hands with the municipality to not only design something that makes sense, but also fundraise and also reorganize the typical school system, or the typical school spaces for this village. This responsibility in social projects is, of course, something that is in parallel to our low carbon approach, because we architects are in charge of the construction sector, or let's say very linked to the construction sector that brings 40% of global CO2 emissions. And our role is to bring on board zero carbon materials, circular economy, and adaptive reuse. And I didn't mention this, but this project in Zeleny in the south of Ukraine is built with recycled concrete. So all of the debris of the war need to be recycled. And this is one of our key elements. For every project, we try to push the one criteria. We can't do it all, but we can choose one of them and just push it to the limit. And for example, in social housing, so this is a social housing project in Nanterre, next to Paris. It's a 6-story building. It's not super high, but still, it's all timber construction with ceramic cladding, and it's extremely energetically very coherent and very consistent. And in terms of CO2 emissions, all in all, we're extremely low. All of that with a very low budget as well. So this is a project where every housing unit has 2 facades, so it's very easy to ventilate. Has a good height to ceiling volumes, a good level of lights, and common facilities as well, because there's a common garden, a shared garden on the top of the 3rd floor. But architecture is also a way to teach new skills. As I was saying, for the canteen of Mariupol, where we're teaching people that have lost everything to become chefs or professionals or F&B. Well, in Niger, we have built a couple of buildings, either public facilities or schools, where we would teach these nomadic people from the Tuareg tribe to become masons, to become construction professionals, by bringing in a very ancient building technique, which is called the Nubian vaults, where actually you don't need a piece of either wood, because we're in the desert, there's no wood, nor a piece of steel. So this is just with the earth from the place that we can build entire buildings with beautiful architecture. So the lessons from the field, the lessons from the site feed our projects, and we try to dare every time a little bit more. And I think this is a very important inspiration for young architects, young professionals, to see that by adapting designs to local needs, you can create new solutions, even with very limited budgets. As I showed you, in Niger, this was done with less than $1,000 per school. This is really nothing. And with this money, we could even pay the time of schooling, of our teaching, these people that were actually learning a new job. We even paid them with this $1,000 USD. And all of that brings resilience. Again, in the case of Niger, these very thick rammed earth walls bring an extremely good temperature. It is freezing at night, and inside it would be 20-25 Celsius. And the same day, it would be 50 plus 50 during the heat in the afternoon, and inside it would still be 25. So this inertia, thermic inertia, is cheap. It's just there. You just have to activate it. Another project in Battambang in Cambodia, where we're having a project made out of bamboo and rammed earth. So we have several blocks that are made out of rammed earth, and the bamboo canopy protects all of these boxes from the sun radiation. And this is under construction. So we had to find the bamboo forest to find the people to harvest it, and then we had also to teach, and that's what is being done at the moment, to teach some people to do the bricks and to do the rammed earth walls, so that it can be ready and we can start probably in April with the foundations and so on. As a responsible office, we look at heritage in a dynamic way, but also in a way that we count everything as heritage, and of course historical heritage has a special value in this. And at the beginning of the war in Ukraine, we spotted and we mapped 6 big cities. And we were looking at all the losses that the bombings were actually generating, and we found out that it was not by random, and that the city, like on the left side, it's the city of Kharkiv, the entire historical center is bombed. So it's very sad, but it's also important to look at that and to try to find either archives or 3D scanning, or any other technology that can capture what was there, what is now, and how we can actually either rebuild it, adapt it, transform it for the future needs. And if we look ahead, and if we look far ahead, we can even think about reconstruction, even for the cities that are on the front line, like the city of Kherson, which is facing massive threats and FPV attacks every day. So all the streets even going to the city are like this. But within the cities, you have these nets, the same nets between the buildings, to prevent the FPV drones from hitting the people that would be walking, the cars that would be moving, etc. So it's a very specific place for doing architecture. But what I'm doing here is more about planning ahead and trying to understand how a city that is impacted so much by the war can actually shrink and redevelop itself. So how does that work? What is the urban matrix that we need to that needs to prevail to be able to shrink and extend again? And this urban ecosystem, and the city is a ecosystem. This urban ecosystem is a living body, and as we are looking at it, we need to find the right strategies actually for it to survive. And I would like also to emphasize the fact that I do not achieve anything alone. I'm of course collaborating with my own team, but with also construction firms, with great people, with clients, communities. I didn't mention it, but for every public project, we commit to get on board a lot of these communities, associations, residents, and so on. So this is really a way to co-create, and this brings a lot of good energy anyway. This brings a lot of ideas on the table. We as architects, urban designers, we need to sort these ideas, see what is doable, not doable, etc. But this is a very healthy way of actually building together something for the best impact that we can achieve, and this is, I think, extremely important. So the best ideas come from those who will use the space every day. That means that get up every morning with the rage of doing something incredible, and you will. So I'm really glad to be among you. I mean, even if I'm physically not among you, I hope I will very soon be able to meet you. And thank you again for your invitation. I'm extremely honored. And to end this speech, I would like to just give some hints about how you could start your own journey, to find first the reason why you're doing this, why you're starting this journey, to dare, but also to start not so big. You don't need a big project to experiment, test, try. Start small. Embrace technology, because we live in a world of technologies. Whether you like it or not, this is what it is. And India is has all of the qualities needed for this. So this is great. And building alliances, because the world is diverse, and we need to build teams, to build collaborations, to build partnerships, to be stronger, to be smarter, to be more resilient, and because we're social animals and we need people. Please measure your impact. Be honest with yourself. Don't tell yourself too many beautiful stories, but measure it. Measure it, even if it's qualitative. Measure it and correct, if it's needed, your work and your trend. And of course, the future belongs to you. It belongs to you because you dare to reimagine it. You dare to reinvent it. You dare to do, and by doing, you might fail, but that doesn't matter. It's part of the journey. And I would even say that failing, if you look at it, if you learn from it, is a strong step towards success. Thank you so much. I hope I was not too long. I hope to meet you very soon, and I remain, of course, open for any questions on Instagram page, through our email address as well, and through the university, because you have my contact. Thank you again, and see you very soon.
Rightly said by Mr. Duplanter, future belongs to those who dare to reimagine it. And on this note, we thank him again for delivering such an enriching talk. I hope that our young researchers have a lot to take back from this morning's session. As we resume, we are diving into an exciting session designed to build on this morning's momentum. I, Shivani Paliwal, Assistant Professor, School of Planning and Architecture, welcome you again to the next segment, which is the panel discussion. Please take your seats as we have our distinguished panelists here with their thought-provoking talks, followed by panel discussion moderated by the head of the Department of Architecture, SP New Delhi, Dr. Jyoti Pandey Sharma ma'am. On the panel today, we have with us Dr. Rachna Khare, Architect Sagar Gupta, Architect Supriyo Bhattacharjee, Professor Utpal Sharma, Architect Priyam Ballav Goswami, and Dr. Sandeep Arora. Please give them a big round of applause. The rapporteur for this session is Ms. Sania Siddiqui. We shall now commence the segment intended to bring a spark of creative thoughts and initiate dialogues between the youth and the experts from various facets of the field. We shall have the panel presentations where the panelists will share perspectives on various topics related to youth innovation, design, and technology, followed by a moderated discussion where the audience also gets a chance to interact with the panelist. We are honored to welcome Dr. Rachna Khare, Professor, Dean, and Coordinator of Doctoral Program at the School of Planning and Architecture, Bhopal, an internationally recognized scholar in universal design and inclusive environments. Her work focuses on creating accessible spaces for people with disabilities and special needs. She is a Fulbright Scholarship recipient and Senior Research Fellow at Jamshedji Tata Universal Design Research Chair at NID Ahmedabad, and has also been recognized as an inspired teacher during her tenure as Scholar in Residence at Rashtrapati Bhavan. Her book, Designing Inclusive Educational Spaces for Autism, received international recognition. Through her research and the Center for Human-Centric Research at SPA Bhopal, she continues to advocate inclusive, socially responsible design. I would like to invite her on stage for her talk, Inclusive Design for Social Futures. Welcome, ma'am.
Yeah. Sessions are already delayed, so I'll try to wrap up as fast as I can. So. Yeah. So the theme which is given to me is inclusive design for social futures, and I'll be presenting some of my works here. And at the same time, will share my thoughts on this. All right. So when we say designing for the future, whose future are we talking about? Young innovators, entrepreneurs, architects, planners of the cities, or it is our future, yours and my future, and future of the city. Today I will talk about one of the dimensions of the user diversity with example. I don't know, animation is not working? Yeah. So when we say my future, your future, let's see my future self in 2025. It is the year of 2055. I'm 70 plus years old. I step out of my house. The pavement is uneven. The street crossing is very busy. Foot over bridges lift is not working. My phone interface is unreadable. I'm not able to go out. I'm not able to call even taxi. I'm not able to do my activities of daily living. I hesitate. I return back to my home. The city I helped design is no longer designed for me. And this is not happening to me. It will happen to everyone, no matter how big architect or planner you are. We can't run away from aging. And no matter how big entrepreneur or big businessman you are, it is going to happen to all of us. And when we say, as it was being pointed out by one of our, guest speakers, that India is going to have a large number of elderly population. In 2050, we'll be second largest population in the world of elderly. And most of the elderly, they have problems in activities of daily living, lifestyle diseases, mobility, restrictions, and hearing disabilities, vision limitations. And then, and that makes them dependent on their families and their caregivers. And that is also happening with people with disabilities and people with other functional limitations. They are dependent on their families. They are not able to contribute to the societies, at the same time limiting their family members to be able to do so. So when we say, look at the global evolution, we had this welfare-based approach in the beginning when we were designing our cities. Then in 80s decade, there was a UN year of disabled persons, and there was policy awareness, but still there was hardly any change in the built environment. Then came Persons with Disability Act. We had a little bit of some guidelines, and then we signed United Nations Convention for Rights for Persons with Disabilities in 2007. That brought a major change, and we had act revision, we had policies, and now we are working on the systemic, inclusion, where we are talking about intersectoral, contribution to be able to do so. And when we say inclusive urban system, it is not just spatial inclusion. Spatial inclusion means, buildings, infrastructures, public realm inclusive, but also social inclusion, where you have community support networks, civic participation, social well-being, economic inclusion, accessible employment, accessible, opportunities for skilling and vocational training, inclusive urban economy, where everybody has equal opportunity to contribute to the economy. At the same time, institutional inclusion, where we did a studio on inclusive urban design. In fact, we have experimented a lot in Indian urban context, where we have worked with heritage sites, pilgrimage sites, and this time we thought that let's work on one of the components which we are a little scared to look back, our painful past, Union Carbide India Limited, area, and the gas tragedy which happened in 1984. So we brought this into our studio. Even our students, even design students, they are mainly designing for, lifestyle. They are not very comfortable looking at the scenarios which are not so happy. But every time we have done this experiment, every time we as I, head, or as part of Center for Human-Centric Research, where we work with vulnerable population, every time we start with this hesitation, and with the strength of research and data-driven work and evidence-based work, and a lot of sensitization, engagement with the community has, made us successful in past and also in the studio. So Bhopal gas tragedy happened in 1984, where 30 tons of methyl isocyanide gas killed more than 15,000 people and affected over 6 lakh workers. And the problems which occurred to the survivors were respiratory problems, eye irritation or blindness, and other problems resulting from exposure to toxic gas. This is the plan of, can you see my cursor? Yeah. So this is the plan of Bhopal, and this is the location of Union Carbide India Limited site. And if you see, these statistics, the blue line is showing the death tolls, and the red line is showing disabilities. So you'll find that disabilities are rising, though the deaths remain same, but the disability, we have taken this data from secondary sources, and the data which was available to us was till 2015, and the rate of disability is rising up because of the exposure of the young mothers or the young children at that time. Even disabilities have not stopped yet. So this is the overall map, where we have Union Carbide India Limited area, and this is the map which we targeted to work on. And then we said that how do we decide, how do we delineate the area? So we looked at the gas exposure, the inner circle. Here you see the maximum exposure. It was on the day of the gas tragedy, because of the direction of the wind, the area was affected. And then we mapped the areas which were being affected at that time, and then started working on the delineation of site, sensitization of the entire team. Then we worked on the methodical mapping of it was a part of major urban design studio, but we took one. I'm showing one component here, which was the accessibility component. But then we did activity mapping, we did land use map, all detailed analysis. But I'm just showing one. So we started making, organizing things into XYZ matrix, where I always keep, user into the Z axis, where we use social and ethnographic research methods to sensitize our team, at the same time collect data in very methodical and in very scientific manner, using, proven research methods or established research methods. So this is what we did, and finally we compiled the whole data, analyzed it, and then we, made the design solutions. We had a lot of young innovators, all my studios students, those who were part of it, and later on we did a competition, on some of the interfaces which can be used for mapping accessibility for large masses. So, and when you are doing it for large area, we have done accessibility mapping and interventions in smaller buildings, and even our architecture students are also comfortable about doing interventions in building, but they are a little scared about thinking at urban scale and the problems and issues at urban scale, because they are complex problems and they don't know how to analyze and then connect it with design. So we divided the whole area into street stretches and nodes and started mapping the data. You can see how the whole mapping was done. I'll show this example very quickly. If anybody is interested, they can get in touch with me later. So we divided into various zones. Here you can see different zones, and we have in undergrad architecture, you have large number of students. So we divided it into zones, and then we gave each zone into, you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and all these areas were given to different groups, and they were able to work together. At the same time, they were able to look into their respective zone very in a very focused manner. And then we identified major activities and nodes, activity nodes and street stretches. We made, y-axis with all components which were identified. Then we made x-axis where we had all the criterias where we could, and then always, as I said, all our x and y-axis was reflective of the target group users, where we use different methods to make those checklists. Then again, when you are working with young adults, then they are very much well versed with the technology, and they love to use technology in their projects. So we started mapping the data. We geotagged all the nodes. We had GIS maps, and then we started putting the data in such a way. There are some open source applications which are available. We started using those applications. We feeded X and Y and Z axis together. There was one administrator, then everybody, all team members were working with that administrators. We had all these XYZ accesses feeded into our applications. Then we had a possibility to take photographs, we record videos, then all the data, a lot of entries were feeded into the, and then entire data was converted into a relative percentage. Then everything was overlapped, and we could develop overlay maps for city nodes and the overlay maps of public realm, which is the street stretches. And then we started, every group started making design recommendations of their respective zones, point by point, and street by street. Lastly, I would say that when this was, as I said, one of the components of inclusive design, but when we are talking about inclusive India and inclusive design in Indian context, then we must talk about disparity and diversity together. which will define its width and depth in Indian context. And we should talk about, include all people, with those who are, including those which are lowest in the pyramid, with an assumption that in case we are including lowest common denominator, then we are going to address all those problems also which are not so complex. And we must cross the boundaries of urban areas, as it is being emphasized by several speakers till now. So we have physical limitations, cognitive, cultural diversity, demographic diversity, and socio-economic diversity. When I was in NID, then we were working on a PG program on universal design thinking, and then initially we were a little skeptical whether this program is going to, be successful or not. And then we had people from, professors from universities of Germany, University of Applied Science and Arts Berlin, and University of Applied Science and Arts Hanover, and we developed a program together where we had, students from all three universities, and they were working on universal design course for 2 years. So we presented this course, we made the curriculum, and then I asked them that, I know that what I'm looking, at these universities for, what kind of help or what kind of strength you have, but what you are looking for from us, being a collaborator and being, so they said simplicity, the value of simplicity. Because our design has become so complex in our respective countries that we don't even know that these problems can be solved by simple interventions, which you can see in India. So that is what is our strength. Let us explore our own context, involve young innovators. We have been doing so. In case you will, throw challenges together with flexibility of the curriculum, at the same time, giving them appropriate technology, they will make, a lot of contributions. We also have, with some of the studios that we have done, we have 2 granted patents and 2 patents which are already provisional patents, and 1 is in pipeline. So you can see the way we are involving, helping them have their own IPR, giving them strength to become entrepreneurs. There are several projects and products and applications and softwares which are being developed in the School of Architecture with multidisciplinary collaboration. So thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, ma'am. As we move ahead with our second speaker, I would just like to request one thing, that as we are running short of time, I would request the next upcoming speakers to please wrap up their presentations within 5 minutes so that we have ample of time for the discussion as well. Now, the second speaker on the panel today we have is architect Sagar Gupta. He's the Director of Growth at the Design Village and Strategic Advisor at the Indian School of Public Policy. He works at the intersection of design education, institutional development, and policy engagement. In his current role, he leads initiatives that strengthen collaborations between academia, industry, and creative communities. Through his leadership advisory roles, he continues to promote interdisciplinary education and stronger connections between design, entrepreneurship, and public policy. May I now invite you, sir, for your talk on youth leadership and social entrepreneurship?
Yes, certainly. Go full screen from somewhere. If I may ask all of us, could you pick up your phones and open menti.com? I saw a lot of us are busy with the phone, so I thought, why not use the phone as a part of the presentation? If the code is visible, you can also scan the code directly. If not, then you can open menti.com. And on menti.com, you can just enter the code 11279259. Perfect. So I need 50 volunteers. We've got 11 here. And if you could answer this one question for us to start the conversation. Which country has the highest population under 30 years? Perfect. Most of us seem to have an awareness and inclination towards India. Not China? Japan, certainly nobody's agreeing to. US, certainly not. But I think as we get responses and we have a quick time, I would say most of us are responding in the right direction. India is the country which has the youngest and sort of the highest population under 30 years. Our Prime Minister talks of this very often and becomes a conversation. In fact, India is the youngest nation among the world's top 10 economies. And that's where this becomes really important to have a conversation today about youth leadership and social entrepreneurship. Given the short amount of time, I thought I would work at the intersection of both of these and talk of youth-led social entrepreneurship, because both these topics in themselves are very big and very huge to discuss. But if you look at the graphs here, you would find that USA and Japan are aging economies. When we talk about aging economies, the people who are in the older age bracket are more than the ones in the younger. China has a stabilizing growth where they have an equal population on both sides, but India is where there is a rising youth tide. And if this rising youth tide gets the right knowledge, gets the right capabilities and the right opportunities, they can really transform the way the country and the world is perceived. What would the term mean to you? Could some of us have answered this question? There are two definitions of youth-led social entrepreneurship here. The first one says creation of self-sustaining youth-governed enterprises that solve complex problems by prioritizing people and planet over profits. And have you closed the presentation, most of us? Okay. And the second one is use of outlier thinking by young generation to create products and services that traditional institutions find difficult or conventional. Could people rate on this if they're still on the presentation? Perfect. So we believe both are right. Well, both of these indeed are right, but the first one is about the mission in the process in terms of when you're talking about social entrepreneurship. And the second part is about youth leadership, which is where you're talking about an outlier behavior in terms of proposing solutions, creating enterprises, bringing in outcomes through your sort of outlier thinking. The easiest way to understand this concept, I thought, would be to go through the anatomy of the word of youth-led social entrepreneurship and look at what it means in the simplest or easiest ways. But when we talk of youth-led initiatives, we're talking about young people who are not volunteering or employed or working under an adult population. We're talking about people under 30 who are being the decision makers. So we're talking about this young population in the room, owning enterprises, setting direction, and making decisions in terms of what they're doing. The idea is not of attendance, it's the idea of an agency where you're taking ownership and trying to be the systems designer and not the systems user. The idea of social comes at the core of this word. The old format, of course, used to be we would have our CSR departments and we would always have non-profits who would sort of adhere to policy and try to work on driving outcomes for the idea of social welfare. But social entrepreneurship here, especially in terms of youth-led idea, is that you're talking about the young generation trying to directly solve problems that will affect their future, whether it's climate change, whether it's policy, whether it's housing access, all of that. And the idea slowly shifts from being profits first to being missions first. It's moving from creating businesses to creating social value first. And the last term in this is entrepreneurship. So at a long time in terms of, we've been talking about entrepreneurship for a long while with the idea of looking at profits at the forefront. But in youth-led social entrepreneurship, we stay away from the status quo, but try to solve problems by creating businesses that generate enough revenue to keep their mission at the core. So you were really moving away from the conformity idea of saying that the business has to be profitable first, but you are talking of an outlier idea in terms of using your radical thinking, in terms of creating new ideas to be able to solve problems that are really complex in the there. I have a short video to play that should help us get an idea of this term.
I didn't think I was a social entrepreneur.
I don't even know about this word, actually.
We often felt that we didn't fit anywhere in any kind of business model.
I only know that I'm a social entrepreneur when Schwab gave me the award.
We knew we weren't business, we knew we weren't charity.
It's a label that has been now made respectable.
So what is social entrepreneurship is the question.
We cannot rely on governments alone to provide social infrastructure and safety nets. We must mobilize individuals who, in entrepreneurial and innovative ways, tackle the big problems we are faced with now and in the future.
social entrepreneurs are not superheroes. We are ordinary people who have met a life situation that triggered us to try to do something.
Social entrepreneurs show all the other leaders who are part of the forum that social responsibility is more important than just making money.
Let's look at some examples of social entrepreneurs changing the world around us in terms of various ways and in various sectors.
Build Change. It's a nonprofit social enterprise that works with people in emerging nations to save lives in earthquakes and typhoons by working together to build houses and schools that don't collapse in them.
It's the first commercial radio station for women in the Middle East region. We empower women in media and we highlight the positive role that women play in building their societies in Palestinian and in the Arab world.
Vision Spring is an organization that provides access to affordable vision services and eyeglasses to people throughout the world.
We help.
So who's the responsible stakeholder in all these examples? I mean, the video was long, but I'm cutting it short with the time that we have. But who's the responsible stakeholder? We always talk about that in our studios and in our classrooms in figuring that out. But if you were to look at maybe the modern tech that we're talking about, AI all these days, who out of us is responsible for policing AI? Is it transnational agencies? Is it the national governments? Somebody says professionals are the people who are responsible for it. Okay. Not the tech giants who are actually creating all this technology? Perfect. We have different opinions in terms of looking at it. Youth-led social entrepreneurs and who are doing that themselves. This is how technology is being looked at. But Be Taiwan is an initiative by Shu-Yang Lin, who is now associated with the MIT and the Harvard, a mathematician who developed a digital democracy platform to build consensus on Uber, Airbnb, fintech, and now AI-style regulations before they become laws in Taiwan. The whole motivation was the 2014 famous Sunflower movement, which put her into realizing that you need to really prototype future democracy using technology so that people contribute in terms of making decisions. The Algorithmic Justice League is, again, an interesting project in terms of it, but we have heard that the AI process and AI systems are very biased in today's times. And this is by Joy, this lady who realized long back that facial recognition software has a bias in terms of towards her because of her dark skin tone. And she started working on systems that could really, and started a digital advocacy organization, which was majorly working to illuminate the implications and help sort of improve AI in reducing racial and gender biases. We could ask more questions, but this is an interesting project that we could rate as architects. New stories by Brett Hagler, who's a designer, but also a Y Combinator alumnus, who's using 3D printing to design and build entire communities for the homeless in 24 hours. This began probably at the time when he visited Haiti, and he actually figured out that a lot of housing crisis is there in the developing world. Peak Vision is by Andrew, and he's making eye health services more efficient and equitable in partnership with governments and NGOs, using mobile phones and taking these services to different parts of the world. And this is where each of them has their own moment of inspiration when they have really gone through something that has allowed them to realize that they can contribute in terms of their knowledge, their abilities to improve the world in a certain way. There could be a lot more examples that we could look at, but how do you get started is the last part of this presentation. And I thought I should just put a small video that could give us an idea of this.
The people that change the world are the people who dare to have a new vision for what's possible.
We all want something that is better. We want to pass on what we cherish in life to our kids. This is the drive. It's the drive from the heart. Don't need to rescue the world. You can take small steps to make the world go in the right direction.
You can take small steps to make the world go in the right direction. And you can solve big problems with that. And that's what youth-led social entrepreneurship is all about. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gupta, for this engaging talk. As we move ahead, we have a third panelist for today, architect Supriyo Bhattacharjee. Mr. Supriyo Bhattacharjee is an architect, researcher, and pedagogue based out of Mumbai. He's currently a research scholar pursuing his PhD in architecture at the SVKM's and MIMS University since 2024, where he also teaches at the Balwant Sheth School of Architecture since 2021. He has previously taught at various renowned schools in the city of Mumbai, like Sir J.J. College of Architecture. He has written extensively on contemporary Indian architecture in the erstwhile Domus India magazine. His practice, titled SBAU, Supriyo Bhattacharjee Architecture Unit, is currently engaged in projects in Mumbai and Chennai. May I now invite architect Supriyo Bhattacharjee on stage for his talk on technology transformation and its crucial role in creative education. Welcome, sir.
I think it's fine. Give me freedom of movement. Yeah, this one. Yeah, thanks. Okay, so we are running short in time. So fortunately, I have everything written down in my slides. So I will just read. But also remembering that I'm an architect and just paying homage to Stein and this wonderful building that we are in, and of course Joseph Allen Stein was a huge influence in my younger days, and still is, I think, as an architect, because of the direction that I think he pursued in his own practice, and it also tells us a lot about where probably we needed to be. But since my brief was technology and transformation, I thought that maybe it's an opportunity, like this presentation is an opportunity for us to engage maybe in a little thought experiment, since I'm also speaking to teachers, researchers, colleagues. So I wanted to dwell on technology itself, like the word technology, what it implies, because in my own teachings, and when I teach, I also teach architecture theory, criticism, so there's a lot of emphasis on etymology, trying to find three-dimensional networks within ideas. But going forward, so technology, this is the title of my talk, thoughts on tools, on how we make. So just remembering that it's a discipline where education and practice is always hand in hand. And why? Because architecture is a building art. So a lot of these things we know, but I think I'm just reminding ourselves of the same. So what does this mean? The act of labor is intrinsically linked to the act of thought. Thus, the space of action is intrinsically linked to the space of conception. And I think in many disciplines, this can be conveniently disregarded within, say, within the academic space, perhaps. But in our discipline, we actually cannot. And as such, it's a constant feedback loop. Thus, say a mere detail, or say how one builds, can dictate entire spatial, material, formal conception. Look at Laurie Baker, look at Joseph Allen Stein. So since we're talking about this feedback loop, and these are maybe the three key words in, say, the conference and even the brief that I had, I wanted to center on the question of the studio. And here when I say studio, it's not only, say, the design studio in terms of practice, but also, say, the studio in terms of architecture schools and our space of engagement with the future, which are the students, who will continue to pass through, as we have seen that we have the largest, demography under 30. So some grounding, and thus the thought experiment. So profession, education, architect, student, building, teaching. So these are the roles that actually, like if I look at myself also, and I think many of us, these are the roles that we play, and each implies something else. I may be an architect, but I may not be building. I may be a professional, but I may not be building. So talking about practice and pedagogy, if we engage with the question of how, because since we're talking of technology, we probably imply the means with which we deliver, or the means with which we actualize. So are we actually talking about fundamentally tools? and the fact that technology influences tools fundamentally, or the medium of this supposed transformation. So then this technological transformation fundamentally alters what exactly? Now, if the nature of our tools is altered, what is it that needs changing? Please keep in mind that this is a thought experiment, so please go with me. Method. So if we are really transforming, or we need to transform something, we need to transform method. Technology will keep on doing its thing, but are we responding to it necessarily, sufficiently, proficiently, as thinking individuals, as human beings, as members of a collective, of a society, and fundamentally then also as architects, as teachers in architecture schools, as thinkers, pedagogues, whatever, practitioners. So this method, of course, in the space of pedagogy and practice, which is teaching and building, eventually influences our pedagogical methods and our actualization methods. Thus, where do we place the nature of this inquiry? And the inquiry that I'm talking about is fundamentally like, since we're all talking about technology, or what are we really talking about? So technology has the capacity to change the nature of our tools. Our tools themselves, though, may or may not readily or really transform, or for that matter, change necessarily. This is conditional and or situational. Here I choose to make a distinction between change and transformation, and I'm not expanding right now because of the shortage of time. And fundamentally this question, and I think this is a question that a lot of us are asking today, thanks to generative AI, is the tool working you, or are you working the tool? And so fundamentally the question of who's in charge, Why is it important to ask this question? Because we are concerned here with creativity. Now, a method cannot be dissociated from the tools it employs. Thus, fundamentally, what are we seeking to really transform? Who's in charge? Why is it important to ask this question, part 2? Because method and tools, they influence each other. But we're also talking about creativity, and that seems to be a primary concern. So method influences cognition, cognition influences creativity. Thus, aren't we fundamentally also seeking to transform cognition? Coming back to the question of who's in charge. Because if you're basically fundamentally seeking to transform cognition, because now cognition and learning are interdependent, then our methods need urgent transformation as well. Who's in charge again? Would a transformed method enable a transformed creativity? Because, as we just saw, method and cognition are, influence each other, and cognition and creativity influence each other. And thus the tools of cognition enablement. So if this is our, progressive field of, influence and feedback loop, where does technology stand in the midst of all this? Technology in many ways fundamentally influences our tools. Just to give an example, ChatGPT, and tools enable us with agency. Who's in charge now? If you have agency, you are in charge. So just to remember and to remind ourselves as teachers, practitioners, thinkers, that if we understand this constant feedback loop and interdependability between technology and tools, tools and method, method and cognition, then also we realize, or we need to realize, that tools are inseparable from agency. Coming back to fundamentally a question of who's in charge. So if you're talking about creativity, who's in charge of the creativity that is being spewed out? So as technology transforms rapidly, we need to reassess our understanding of and our relationship with the tools that become integral to our method, the pedagogical method, since I was fundamentally focusing on the teaching space. But it will be relevant for the practice space as well. Because we inhabit an environment where cognition is being challenged fundamentally, and I think this is something that we miss. But recently I was watching a documentary where a group of researchers who have been studying cognition trajectories across generations for the first time see a decline. What does this mean? Every subsequent level, every subsequent generation in humanity over the past 50, 60, 70 years, ever since we started mapping technology versus cognition, one can see that the next generation is more capable of absorbing, of engaging with knowledge, ideas, etc. For the first time in the history of documented humanity, there is a decline over the past 10 years. We all know why that is so. And this brings me back to fundamentally, what we've all, at least, my bridge generation, I'm a Zennial between Gen X and the millennial. We were always taught, and this is something that I go by, thinking by doing and meaning from making. Question of tools is fundamental here, and agency. And I thought I'll end with a few images from a studio that I did some time ago. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening talk. And now our fourth speaker for this session is Professor Utpal Sharma. Dr. Utpal Sharma is a professor and director of the Institute of Architecture and Planning at the renowned Nirma University, Ahmedabad. With more than 3 decades of experience, he has made significant contributions to urban planning, housing policy, and architectural education. He has also worked for over a decade with the renowned architect late Mr. B.V. Doshi at the Vastu Shilp Foundation. His contribution to urban planning and housing have been recognized with prestigious awards, including the Prime Minister's Award for Excellence in Urban Planning and Design. We welcome you, sir.
I can do that better. Okay. So I'm presenting on the basically education system. I was hoping that we'll have a crowd which is multidisciplinary, architecture planner talking about teaching to architecture planners, because I think we are already quite innovative in our profession, because now after SEPT, when I came to Nirma University, there were 10,000 students where the architects are working differently, and those guys are more based on lecture-based assignment, and then write exam and then they pass. So then they found that our whole system is very innovative. Next slide. Next slide. So what does it, our conventional teaching method that I see every day, okay, in the 90% of my university, where teachers are giving lectures and they know everything, and then student is supposed to follow, and you memorize everything, at the end you pass your exam. Okay, and that is the kind of way that the most of the education system is happening in India today. architecture and planning by have been different. Okay. And so, next slide. So what you find that obviously, so you take up a problem, you do a live situation, you try to work out a design solution, go to the site, talk to the client, etc., etc. I was also in a World Urban Forum a few years ago where the 300 universities were presenting that we have millions of books, etc. At that time I was in SEPT. We said we have only 30,000 books, we don't have money. But we're working on the live situation, and that is our cutting edge. I think that is the thing that we need to do. And this is the new method, is that you take up a problem and you work on a live situation, and which is very different than you mug up something and pass the exam. I teach urban planning, and we teach some of the books of the garden cities of tomorrow, small is beautiful, etc., because we don't have other textbooks, knowing fully well that these are not appropriate for India. Okay, I have been planning cities and projects all over India, but we teach the same thing, and we know that this is not appropriate. And we need to actually develop our own teaching pedagogy, own case study, through which we can teach our students. And that you can only do when you're actually working on live projects and bring the student, the same things are brought to the classroom. And that's what I actually learned from Professor Doshi. And when I joined the teacher, he was reluctant. He said, but work for a few hours on your own, and maybe 10 years from now, identity. At the end of your life, everybody will say you are a good teacher, but it doesn't mean anything. So the whole has to be continuous evaluation, and that's what we do. Actually, anybody from architecture college, this is not new thing. But when you're in a multidisciplinary university, they find it totally amazing, because they're trying to now teach the engineering students, and they're trying to do a studio. They are very excited, but I have a big problem when the entire university is that how they are working at night. They are not following the timetable, etc., etc. Next slide. So obviously, other thing is that our Indian situation, which is very different, because we are a high density country. We cannot really talk about low density development like Delhi was an old city. Lieutenant Delhi, but we have to learn from city like Jaipur, okay, or from our traditional cities, and we have to develop our own ways of doing it and bring it onto the whole informal system onto our planning, particularly accommodating the informal activities in designing of public spaces, for example. Okay, these are the challenges that you cannot copy paste from anywhere else. We have to find our own solution to our situation. Next. There are also things like this. I had a chance to work for the city of Hyderabad, 1.18 million people. Okay, so 2 crore. Now when you go to some other country to give a lecture, I was in Norway. I made a presentation. They were amazed with our population. The country is 4 million, and you're presenting something for 20 million. No, what will you have to learn from this? But I said, this is our challenge. That big is beautiful, and you have to make it work. Okay, and this is that we need to really teach our students that these are our challenges. You also work on projects which are not clean slate. You do not get 1,000 acres of land which is open. You will get slums and everything on the site, and you have to build a project out of it, like Bandrakula complex opposite Dharavi. Okay, and then you have to make some sense out of it. That is where the opportunity is. So this is our student working for the Gift City project in Ahmedabad. Next. So obviously it is done by any architecture college, they make model studies, etc., etc. Next. So also we took up some project for redevelopment project for government of Gujarat, and people are protesting, etc., etc. Next. So you bring those ideas to the classroom for urban redevelopment, what you are doing. These are done by my urban design and planning students. Next. Next. So, and they try to learn all this. And these are not typical roads, standard road section. This is what is actually possible to do on the site. Next. Next. This is to show that this whole thing is interactive. Next. Then obviously we take people all over the world and to get the exposure. Next. Then we did very interesting one. We have been doing it trying with something like a field studio. We take out the student out of locality to a new area within India or outside. This is one of the things that we did in Sri Lanka for a small town called Nuwara Elia. Along with the student from Muratoa University and the 60 of our students, our faculty, their faculty, we worked on this life situation for 3 weeks. And the result was phenomenal. We invited the local community and the local government, and we tried to work on your master plan for the town can be improved. I think this is what has made it very interesting. Then last year I did something like this in Haflong. Then other one is something in Nepal. And this whole working of learning together in the life situation, also across the discipline. No, second year, third year, fourth year, fifth year, and master students are working together. I think that's what makes it interesting. Next. These are all basically the interpretation, assessment, etc. You are all architecture faculty, planning faculty. This is what every school is doing. There are some schools in India, I go for inspections. Okay, so over 400, but almost 300 of the schools, which are basically very engineering based, they don't do this. They don't go for field work. There is the studio, but it's very cut and dry, and the faculty has no exposure. Okay, they are teacher. They are not really, they have done anything ever done in their life. And that's what makes the difference. So we need the practicing people to come to the classroom. If they are from outside is good, if the same teacher is also a teacher and also practicing, we have to create a flexible situation where one can do both. I think then the whole thing will work out. Next. Same thing, what the students are doing. So this is what I wanted to say in a way that our architectural planning discipline, I think we are already working on a different trajectory, and that should be adopted by all the other disciplines. I am trying with engineering and pharmacy and maybe with law, but it will take time because the mindset is so different, and this is the new method of teaching and learning. We end up working too much, maybe the people are not getting enough salary, etc. It's a totally different thing, but this is the right method to learn about a professional course, like urban planning or architecture. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us with your experience. Now, as we move ahead to our fifth speaker, we have with us architect Priyam Ballav Goswami. He's an architect and alumnus of the School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi. He's the principal architect at Magnetis Design and has worked on a wide range of residential, institutional, and landscape integrated projects across India. Through his work and workshops, he continues to advocate architecture that is environmentally responsible, culturally rooted, and socially inclusive. May I now invite architect Goswami on stage for his talk on sustainability, climate resilience, and ecological futures. Welcome, sir.
I'll take 4.
Good afternoon. I'm running a practice based out of Assam in the northeast of India. And it's a very different environment out there. Some of you may have visited or could be hailing from that area. During my days in the School of Planning and Architecture, I think that is when this root of sustainable and vernacular architecture actually grew in my mind, and that also drew me to my own homeland and how I could gather the learnings from my own place and then kind of inculcate that in my own practice. So I'll just briefly talk about some of my learnings and one or two small projects. I'll help myself, thank you. Okay, when we talk about sustainable architecture, it's only a term that we have invented right now, but until maybe 100 years ago, it was only called architecture. Because until then, almost all architecture was sustainable. What I wanted to learn during my studies, and also it's an ongoing learning process, is that what architecture was before us architects came into the picture, and what people used to do. Human civilization is several thousand years old, and architecture or sustainability, these are technology. These are terms that we are only using for the past few hundred years. So I wanted to learn how architecture was practiced, how we got inspired by nature, and then utilized our own local resources into our own built environments. During my studies, I got very inspired by these two very interesting books from the SPA library. And that kind of changed the course of my practice and also my way of thinking. These are very simple, very small books, but life-changing for me. That got me traveling a lot throughout the countryside of my place and learning about different local vernacular ways of building. So these are different typologies of housing in traditional housing in Assam that you see, stilted and plains, wattle and daub, bamboo walls, perforated floors. Many interesting things that I noticed down the way, which I had not realized before joining architecture school. These are the Mishing long houses that people build, and as the family grows, they keep on lengthening the houses. So that's kind of their culture. So it's very interesting and inspiring to learn from all of this. One went into a lot of detail, how things get joined to one another, learning how the material has been used traditionally, and then how it evolved to a more modern age, how we have adapted to that, to all of this technology that was available to us traditionally, and how we are using that in our current buildings. So these are Assam type buildings. Of course, as you grow, keep moving, chronologically, we see that there's a shift towards concrete and brick and mortar, which are not very common to our local culture. But then over the past 10-15 years, we saw a little bit of shift and some experimental structures also, where some bamboo structures were built. These were mostly either experimental or more you can call them exotic, but something, the seed was there. So that drove me to try to use bamboo in one of my small projects. This Bahabitika, a bamboo emporium project. This was a demonstration project for the Rainforest Research Institute in Jorhat, where we kind of used bamboo in different parts of the structure, starting from the structural framing, the walls, the floor, the door jambs, the ceiling, the furniture, and also because it was an emporium, it was a place to showcase the local artisanal craft and all. So you can see from these pictures that that most of the most of the elements that you see in these pictures are made of bamboo. And then there is some craftsman who comes and does something amazing. Along with the emporium, there is also a bamboo treatment plant in the same campus. So bamboo for construction requires chemical treatment, and here we are using something called a VPI machine. So this, when we wanted to design a structure to house this treatment plant, of course, the first material that came to mind was bamboo. So the structure was designed in such a way that it's kept all well ventilated and all, but at the same time, a good place to treat and sheathe the bamboo. And the joineries were meticulously worked upon. The craftsmen were quite good at that. And it also used some salvaged material for the roof and other joineries. So you can see from these images. Then there was another project of ours that became a landmark project in the Northeast, especially in Guwahati, which was a footbridge in Guwahati. So this is a steel frame structure, but clad in bamboo, and it was done about 5 years ago. It was a pioneer project in the sense that it was one of the first projects in the country to bring bamboo to the public realm, to use bamboo directly, to bring bamboo directly into the public domain. And here, of course, bamboo was not used structurally; it was only used for cladding. So we were part of the bamboo design team. So you can see the construction images from the steel structure up to the completion of that. And this project was also path-breaking in the sense that we could explore the potential and the usage of this material, how it could be joined to steel, how it could be joined to concrete, to stone. So a lot of learning for us there. So you can see again construction images. This project was done in 2021, and that led to the government of Assam taking up bamboo in more and more public projects now. It was taken up in the Guwahati airport, the old airport, 2 years ago. And last year, the new airport got inaugurated by the Honorable PM. And here you can see extensive use of engineered bamboo. So you can see that one thing leads to another, and there needs to be a paradigm shift in the political willingness. So other than these projects, I would also like to showcase some of the workshops that we keep conducting and training and sensitizing youth and students and artisans, craftsmen, and also in government stakeholders, and a lot of cases, for different audiences. So this was one workshop that we did in Arunachal Pradesh, in a place called Namsai, and this is a structure for a tea pavilion for the Golden Pagoda that we created. This project was completed in a matter of about 7 to 8 days. So bamboo, in that sense, also was helpful for a very fast construction, like what Architect Pai had already mentioned in his lecture, that bamboo can be used for very fast construction, for disaster rehabilitation and all. This is an example of that. It could be done very fast. We did one workshop in Imphal in 2019 again. Here, these are some of the photographs from that workshop where some local youth and entrepreneurs were willing to get trained in hands-on bamboo construction. So we were given the task of giving a proposal for a prototype bamboo bus shelter for the municipality of Imphal. And this is a project that we did in about 1.5 days. So very fast. This is one architect's workshop that we did in the Kenyan Bamboo Technology Center in Guwahati, where we created these experimental bamboo structures, again 2 days workshop, but very fast construction, and also we were exploring the different types of structures that we could do. So we made one bridge made out of structural bamboo. We made a toilet made out of split bamboo. We made some hyperbolic parabola structures. So different types of structures that were experimented, and that could be used for social projects as well. This is one green skill development program we did in RFRI Jorhat. Again, this Mahabitika that I showed you earlier, this was a product of that. This is one project, workshop that we did in SPA Bhopal. Rachna ma'am is there. We did this in 2024, where we spent about a week with the students, undergrad students of the Department of Architecture, and also product design, to build a small bamboo pavilion. Of course, because of the paucity of time, we had to, and also, the local artisans of Madhya Pradesh were also there present, and they also helped a lot, and there was a learning, both-way learning for us. And that's what we did in about a week's time. So that kind of brings me to the end of my presentation, leaving us with a thought that sustainability need not be a sacrifice, but maybe we can dream of a beautiful future and take sustainability as a design opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your talk. Now, as we move ahead, last but not the least, I would like to invite our next speaker for this session, Dr. Sandeep Arora. It is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Sandeep Arora, Head of the Department and Associate Professor in Architecture Department of School of Planning and Architecture, Bhopal. With over 2 decades of experience in teaching and research, his work focuses on urban informal settlements, housing for the informal sector, sustainable urban planning, and passive solar architecture. A recipient of the ARCC Professor Jonathan King Medal for Excellence in Architectural and Environmental Design, he has published extensively and presented his research at various international platforms. I welcome you, sir, for your talk on the topic Inclusive Innovation in India's Formal and Informal Landscapes.
Can we do the presentation, please? Thank you, Giovanni, and thanks to SP Delhi for giving me the opportunity to speak here. And I want to take this opportunity in a very brief time to introduce one area, which is an area of great importance when we especially talk about the youth. Of course, for academicians and researchers, this is an area which has been explored to a great extent. But when we talk about the youth, the students especially, we find that there is a great opportunity that we can explore. This is an untapped resource that we have. Now, there is a term that I often use in our studios and in our electives, and that term is leftover. Leftover from the formal system. There are leftover people, their skills, their knowledge. There are leftover spaces. There are leftover material. We talk about architecture a lot. So everything outside the formal system has been, to a great extent, not being acknowledged enough. And we need to find a way to include that leftover into our system. Now, it is important that in informal systems, rather than seeing the pain, the despair, the issues, the health issues, crime, other things, we need to see what are the opportunities, especially when youth is trying to make new innovations, and we need to see what kind of resilience is there, what kind of creativity and adaptation is there. Adaptation is happening on an everyday basis and in a very contextually responsive manner. The idea is, can we find ways, can we find tools to actually include that and use that grassroots knowledge and find how can we use that community knowledge in taking our innovations further. I would not use the term unorganized because in the image, these are some pictures that I've taken in Bhopal over the time. We can pretty much see that in the image, we cannot use the term unorganized. It is highly organized, it is a system, and there are social mechanisms, and many arrangements are taking place parallelly. We need to find ways to learn from the informal settlements. And with technology, AI, digital techniques, we are able to document what are the behavioral patterns, what are the patterns, how people in informal settlements manage the conditions of informality, unaffordability, uncertainty, lack of utilities, lack of supplies. But these conditions of informality are being managed strategically, and we need to be able to see what strategies are they using and what are the consequences of it. And that will help us to actually identify the suitable kind of responses, how they are managing the livelihood, how they are adaptable as per the conditions. So one image shows clearly that there is a simple shop. No formal process is required, no formal approval is required, but there is a smartness inbuilt into the system. Are we able to document? Can we use technology to be able to document and to be able to take it further? Youth at all levels, they are creating different things. They have new ideas, new literacy, but there is a need for connect, that if we can identify, if we can connect these formal systems with the grassroots knowledge which is there and be able to identify solutions which are relevant to the context, that is very much required. In education, this is very important that we find the ways to be able to include how our students can get the real world learning, immersive learning. They're able to actually experience what is the reality of the ground, what is the way, what are the tools required, what are the suitable tools, and what will actually work. That is very much required. Of course, one end, students are creative. At the same time, the solutions are supposed to be equitable. The sustainability is very much required, because formal and informal is a dialogue that has been there for years, but we have not been able to take it further to a great extent. And we can never say, I don't think we can say that formal and informal will go away, because it should probably never, and that is a different kind of dialogue altogether itself. But we need to find a way to work out the collaborative platforms. How can we collaborate? And that's where the power of youth is. I think youth, they are good leaders, but at the same time, the youth, the students, they are learning, they are very much capable of collaborating, as long as our environment, our academia provides them the ways to incorporate that knowledge. So this a brief message, considering the time, I would like to conclude here only. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I would request all of you to give a big round of applause to all the panelists. As we move ahead, I would like to now take the opportunity to introduce to you our Head of the Department Architecture, Dr. Jyoti Pandey Sharma, who is currently the HOD and Professor at Department of Architecture, SPA New Delhi. She engages with issues pertaining to architectural and urban history, built heritage, and cultural landscapes. Her work has been published in various journals of international repute. She has also contributed to edited volumes such as Architecture and Armed Conflict, The Politics of Destruction, Cultural Landscapes of South Asia, Studies in Heritage Conservation and Management, and many more. She has been an invited speaker at a number of international symposia and conferences. Her research has received awards and fellowships. She has been a summer fellow at Dumbarton Oaks Research Library and Collection, Harvard University, and a UGC associate at the Indian Institute of Advanced Study, Shimla, Himachal Pradesh, India. Now I request Professor Sharma to kindly come on stage.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. It's never great to stand between the audience and lunch, but be that as it may, we've had a slight change of plan. If you've looked at the schedule, you will have noticed that there was a panel discussion which was supposed to follow the presentations. Unfortunately, we are not having that because we don't have enough time, but I would encourage you to talk to the presenters once you step out of this room for lunch. So that's one thing. Before we wind up and break for lunch, there are a couple of things that need to be said about the session. So we'll begin with two facts. One, that all global and national definitions of youth notwithstanding, we all have to understand that the youth in reality are not a homogenized entity. That's one thing. And the youth today are perceived to be deeply concerned about several issues ranging from geopolitics to the future of the planet to what is happening in their immediate vicinity and everything else in between. Studies have shown us that youth suffer from a lot of angst, which has propelled experts to coin terms like eco-rage, culture rage, which is defined as a psychological impact of inhabiting a world which is full of uncertainty. So for the purpose of our conference, I thought, and this is my opinion, that we could recontextualize Freire's pedagogy of the oppressed and argue that the youth take agency, which is Supriyo's who's in charge, and then actively participate in societal transformation. Now, given the framing of the youth as a catalyst of change, which implies that they certainly have agency, the question that is worth asking is, and which was a question that I had intended to ask the panelists, so maybe we can converse about this later. I'm sorry, but there is no time for a conversation, formal conversation here, that what mechanisms can be put in place to avoid what we call power asymmetries that impact agency, in this context, the agency of the youth, in the classroom, which is the teaching and learning space, which was something that we are all familiar with, and in the profession. So I think this is a question, this is food for thought, apart from what you will actually eat outside. I would encourage you to think about it, have a conversation, and I think, again, I'd like to kind of apologize because we've kept time so poorly since morning that there is actually no room for this. This room has to be partitioned, I think, in about 15 minutes from now to allow the 2 parallel sessions to run. So we will call it a wrap here. Thank you very much for coming, and enjoy your meal. Thank you.
Before we break for lunch, may I request our Honorable HOD to kindly present a token of remembrance and gratitude to all the panelists. May I invite our first panelist, Dr. Rachna Khare, ma'am. These paintings have also been made by our students from SP Delhi. May I invite architect Sagar Gupta, sir? Thank you, sir. Now, may I invite architect Supriyo Bhattacharya ji? Thank you, sir. May I now invite Professor Utpal Sharma? I know the audience is a bit famished, but can we have a big round of applause? Thank you so much, sir. May I now invite architect Priyam Ballav Goswami? Thank you, sir. And may I now invite Dr. Sandeep Arora, sir?
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. May I now invite the other panelists for a group photograph? All the panelists, please. Sir, नीचे यहाँ पे नीचे ही सब लोग खड़े हो जाओ।
अच्छा, ठीक, इसको, yes, thank you very much.
अंकित सर हाँ जी अंकित सर
पहले पैनल को लेने देते हैं अंकित yeah of course ma'am so now we jump in
Now we break for a half-an-hour lunch, and I request all of you to please assemble back in the same room right after the lunch around 2:45. Since we're running short of time, we request all of you to please come back timely and enjoy your food. Thank you.
Titled Youth Leadership and Social Entrepreneurship, where researchers will present their work. This session brings together a set of presentations that explore different perspectives related to the theme, offering valuable insights and encouraging meaningful academic dialogue. Before starting the session, I take this opportunity to introduce the session chair, Professor Dr. Chitrarekha Kabre. Professor Kabre is a distinguished academic and senior faculty member at SPA New Delhi with extensive experience in architectural education, research, and institutional development. Her academic interests span architectural design, sustainability, and human-centric built environments with a strong focus on contextual and socially responsive design practices. Over the years, she has contributed significantly to teaching, curriculum development, and mentoring students in design studios and research initiatives. Professor Kabre has also been actively involved in academic administration and collaborative academic engagements, shaping discourse in architectural education. Her work reflects a commitment to integrating design innovation with environmental sensitivity and societal needs. Now, I would introduce the session co-chair, Dr. Sandeep Sharma. Dr. Sharma is an assistant professor at the National Institute of Technology, Hamirpur, with expertise in architecture and sustainable built environments. His academic and research interests focus on environmental design, energy-efficient buildings, and context-responsive architecture. With experience in teaching, research, and professional practice, he actively contributes to the architectural education through design studios and interdisciplinary learning approaches. Dr. Sharma has been involved in research publications and academic engagements that address contemporary challenges in the built environments. He is committed to foster critical thinking among students and promoting sustainable climate responsive design practices both in academia and professional domains. So we are indeed grateful to the session chair and co-chair for sparing their valuable time to be with us today. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Professor Dr. Chitrarekha Kabre and Dr. Sandeep Sharma. Abhi lunch kiya humne, so we expected a little more louder round of applause. Yeah. So I request the session chair and co-chair to kindly take over. Ms. Kirti Gupta, PhD scholar at SP New Delhi, shall be the rapporteur for this session. And this is for all the presenters. Please note that you shall get 10 minutes for paper presentation and 5 minutes for feedback and question answers related to your work. So I would also like to request the session chair and co-chair to initiate the session with brief opening remarks related to the track if they want. Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Jitinder. We welcome all of you. Very good afternoon. The theme of this track 1 is youth leadership and entrepreneurship. So under this theme, it is exploring youth-driven leadership model, social enterprises, bottom-up innovation ecosystem that addresses societal changes, livelihood needs, and community resilience. So as the overarching purpose of this international seminar on designing the future, creativity, inclusion, and technology in youth innovation. So in this, we are trying to encourage the youth to come up and participate in a very effective way in the national development. And it also has the spirit of national youth policy, and as inspired by our great sage Swami Vivekananda. So arise, awake, and stop not until the goal is reached. So with this, we will invite the speakers, and would you like to add? We'll invite Ms. Prakriti Sahu. We have actually 5 papers in this session, and they are spanning across different subjects. So one of the presenter is not there, but 4 presentations we will have. So you will get additional advantage in terms of time. So her paper is on participatory urban design for informal settlement upgradation, a case of Veer Chand Patel Marg near Patna Junction. Thank you very much. So we give you the starting point, and we'll inform you when 5 minutes are remaining. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I, Prakriti Sahu, Assistant Professor of Techno India University, West Bengal. So, coming to the topic, participatory urban design for informal settlement upgradation. So, I will start by just saying, by Jane Jacobs, the cities have the capability of providing something for everybody, only because and only when they are created by everybody. Why? Because if we talk about informal settlements, if we see any main urban spaces or any main urban cities across India or anywhere, especially in India, we always see an informal settlement coming up there. So coming to the introduction, my site is located, the slide is not getting changed. So coming to the saying that we cannot remove the informal settlements ends from any urban spaces, we have to include them. So how can we include them? So my case study follows that if we see any slum area, there is Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. There are a lot of policies there are for Awas Yojana. But does it helping to remove or to actually upgrade the slum? Because they're renting out the houses. Again, then gentrification is happening. So actually it is not helping or not helping. So being the youth leadership and social entrepreneurship is my theme. So we as the youth has to take responsibility that how can we see the slum in areas, slum informal settlements in a better way. So if we see that there is a, in the informal settlement, there is a NGO who works in that informal settlement. They actually, it runs a basic education center. From that basic education center, within 5 to 6 years, 4 people has actually, 4 students, 4 children has actually passed class 10 and given the boards. But they don't have basic infrastructure, at least a sitting space for them. They just sit on that near the dump yard and the classes run in that way. So another thing that we see in the informal settlement, that there is a dump yard zone, that people, for all the waste coming from there, and because that any major railway station in the center of the city, that becomes a dump yard zone near the slum area. So if we can clean up that little bit area and bring it a space where we can bridge the gap between the two spaces. How we can bridge the gap? Because my site, if we see the site here, so the front yard of my site is actually the political buildings, and the backyard is the slum area. So I have thought how we can bridge the gap. So we will see accordingly through some case studies are there. So I have taken up the case study of Bhopal, case example of Bhopal, in the Bhopal, the Habibganj railway station. So that is also located near the center of the city. The main thing that I want to say about the Habibganj railway station, it is also the migration has happened due because of the whale industry, because of the old city and the new city coming around it due to urban agglomeration. So that was the first example. So how the if we see the proposal plan, it's always the proposed commercial spaces near the railway station. But no one thinks of the informal settlements. And that is why the crowd is every time there. So how we can actually uplift it and bridge the gap and make a beautiful space there. So again, coming to the another railway station, the Surat railway station, because I have taken two-tier city. Patna is not a major city, so for that reason I have taken these two-tier cities to example. Again, if you see the colonial design of old Surat railway station, there is an axis, and in the present situation there are a lot of buildings coming in, and the axis is actually losing its identity, and there are a lot of traffic congestion is there. But again, they are proposing a commercial space. So what can we be done? So from the interpretation, I have thought that from both the places, that what I can do, that it can be better place for is. So I have thought, if we now coming to the methodology, before the going to the main part, coming to the methodology, that there are, first, if we see the master plan and the land use land cover plan of 1990 of Patna, it has a lot of green zones. Then again 2001, and then again coming to 2022. So due to migration, the urban agglomeration is in this factor. So so obviously there is a place is for how to uplift the now coming to my site. Coming to my site, because of I got a long stretch of garbage dump yard area in here. We can see that, as I was talking about the party offices there, this is the Veer Chand Patel Marg road, and this is the Amarnath road, connecting road, and this Veer Chand Patel Marg road is again connecting to the Patna junction. And and the informal settlement is here. So there is always a water logging in the dump yard zone during the floods. Also, and we can see the pictures here. So how the people are dumping the waste here. So how we can manage these things is, and how we can bring in all kinds of societies and include everyone to that space. So there is a survey that I have done in the about 50 people I have taken surveys. Some were the people from the dignitaries from the Patna Municipal Corporation, and some I have taken from the students and the people from the slum area. That was a written survey. If you want, I can show that thing. I have a total survey report, and in the total survey report, how would you rate the current living condition of Veer Chand Patel Marg informal settlement slum area? If we say, they have said 1 rating they have given only in 5. No one has given 5 rating. If you say the switch facility, there again the 33.3% out of 10 1 rating is given. And now what they want is that there should be an interesting improved infrastructure near the roads that could help actually to uplift the community. Now poor sanitation and drainage is there. Congested internal circulation is there, limited or non-existent formal educational and recreational facilities for children, fragmented public realm with no safe, inclusive gathering spaces, strong social networks and community resilience, NGO street school, they don't have that. So these are the things, key problems that I have identified through the surveys, talking to the people, seeing the place, and even I'm a volunteer of that NGO also, NGO RCF, Rise Up Community Foundation. So participatory diagnosis is the priorities issues identified, as I have said. So what we can do, the 6 principles that we can actually include here. Participatory co-creation, how we can co-create the space. Non-displacement, how we cannot, because if we remove the informal settlement from there, again somewhere or the other they will settle somewhere, because they are actually the service people, those who are the porters in the railway station, those who are the people, those who are actually supporting the market area, they are the laborers. So we have to stay there to actually serve the place. So non-displacement, incremental development. Large infrastructure changes at once can't be happen in that way, but small initiatives that we can take. As previously a presentation was given on youth leadership and social entrepreneurship. So what changes can we, small changes can we bring as an architects that I have seen. So multifunctional public spaces should be there, community stewardship is there. Now coming to the design development. I have, because being any local material, it can, this is just a prototype, it can happen in any places in India where there is an informal settlement, where NGOs are ready to help. Also, I have, because sugarcane being the cash crop of Bihar, I have used sugarcane blocks to create the furniture, street furniture, simple furniture that we can see. It is actually looking like a park, but it is not a sitting space in that way. If the first space, if you see, this is up to 450 height, and this one is 150 mm height. Then coming to this one, bigger one, this is 750 mm, and this is 450 mm. So this is actually working like a gallery system for the class. So there are 24 students can sit in one pavilion. So if we see, there are, in my design, there are 8 pavilions. So we can accommodate, currently in Virchand Patel Marg area, the children from the informal settlement, they are near about 70 students are there. So my street furniture can actually accommodate a transformable street school furniture, which can actually be a park space, because there is a certain timing from 3:30 to 5 o'clock is the timing for the street school. So after that, it can be used as a park area, because there is a party office. In the party office also, there is no open spaces in that way. So people can come here and discuss things also, and plus the children also can use as, at least they will get some desks and benches through this design. Another thing that in between the, even I have included it, there are some stalls for the socio-economic upliftment of the slum, people from the informal settlement. So between the sitting space and the some on wheels that we say, some small stalls that people, because when we go to any park, we think of small cravings that we have in the evening, that also we can have. And in middle of that, there is a park zone. There is a small park that we can see, small park for the children, the slum children, or the informal settlement, the children. So these are the 2 things that I have thought. Another thing is that there are jute blinds. If during the class timing, there are jute blinds that could be folded up. So if people during class, they need certain kind of shading kind of thing, because Patna being hot and it has hot and humid weather. So there are some shading devices also that I have included in my design. So coming to the implementation. First, the immediate works is how we can implement it. So first, we can think of the first 3 months of implement. Even I had a conversation with Patna Municipal Corporation regarding this project, because being the volunteer of RCF, they have said that small implementation, they are working on that. At that first 3 months, we have thought of actually bringing in the pavilions and then the construction of the micro plazas and the consolidation of housing micro outgrids. Is then we can have a governance with the government, where there could be a memorandum of understanding MOU also. So discussion, through this design, we can see that providing basic education is very much important. At least those children, those who are not able to go to school, they are not getting that place. So we can actually give them that space through uplifting them through education and some campaigns, at least that they actually get now, because there is a success story already. There are 4 students, they have passed out class 10. So more children from slum can come in and study here, that we are seeing. So conclusion is that as by centering the residential priorities, safe learning spaces that we are giving, improved the sanitation, the drainage part, we are clearing it out because of the dump year, during the heavy rainfall, there is always a flood kind of thing, so that it was very difficult to run the street school, and livelihood retentionship. So that's all for. Welcome.
Yeah, it was really a very good presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations. A few questions, queries are there from my side. I had written because it was shared with me earlier, the question papers as in a co-chair for the same. So, how does participatory urban design differ from conventional top-down approaches in informal settlements upgrading?
Participatory urban design, if we say, because as I said, started my presentation with the saying of Jane Jacobs, that when it comes to participation, everyone is getting included in the informal settlement. It's not only we are actually thinking of a housing and we are actually allocating them with a house and get it done. So through this street school, because this space is not only used by the slum children or the school, it is also used by the people from the party offices, and many people are coming in. So there are a lot of things that are there.
Right. And one more thing is, what theoretical framework underpin inclusive design for social future in this study? Inclusive design
For
features.
social future. Inclusive design means including everything. Universal design, or including every space together, bridging all the gaps together. So we are actually through this design, through this anything that is this public design, we can say, because when we see schools, these are all actually has boundaries, but this school will be something that will not have a boundary kind of setting, but it will be a street school, so people can see the activity. So we are talking about barrier free design, that how we can actually see a design through the eye, through permeable design, if I say, put it in a better way.
All right, please.
Actually, I'm not aware of Adhyanshala model. So if you could say me, then I can describe in 1-2 lines. Adhyanshala model, I'm not aware of that. One more thing, ma'am, I want to add. This design is actually following 3 SDG goals. SDG for 4, 11, and I think so 14, 14, yes, no, 4, 7, and 11. That I have forgotten before that.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mani Gupta, and my topic is governance and women's safety in Delhi built environment. My research is in 6 parts: introduction, literature, methodology, key barriers, result and discussion, conclusion, and future discussion. Firstly, introduction. Urban safety has become a major concern in rapidly growing cities like Delhi. Women's safety directly impacts mobility, participation, and quality in life. According to NCRB data, Delhi reports over 10,000 crimes annually against women, indicating a severe issue. However, the problem is not just a crime. It's deeply linked to urban design, infrastructure, and governance failure. So, women's safety is strongly influenced by the built environment. Key issues include poor street lighting, inadequate public transport, unsafe pedestrian network, neglected public spaces. So, these physical conditions don't operate in isolation but interact with governance structure to create systematic vulnerability that disproportionately affect women's ability to move freely and safely through the city. So one of the biggest challenges is fragmented governance. Multiple agencies like MCD, DD, and Delhi Police operate with overlapping responsibilities, leading to lack of accountability and implementation gaps, which directly affect safety issues. So built environment plays a critical role because deficiency in infrastructure, transport system, and urban design increase women exposure to risk. For example, proper lighting alone can reduce crime by up to 40%. So for this, my aim is analyze governance effectiveness, assessing planning and infrastructural impact, identify implementation gap, propose actionable solutions. So for this, my research questions are how governance affects safety implementation, how safety varies across settlement, role of infrastructure design, and how to improve outcome through planning and governance. So globally, women experience higher fear of crime than men. This is due to poor infrastructure, socio-economic barriers, and weak governance system, especially in developing countries like India. Basically, it is essential. Effective governance के लिए essential है law enforcement, urban planning, and community engagement. And with, however, the Delhi face fragmented governance, reducing policy effectiveness. So next, CPTD. CPTD is a key framework, and its principles include natural surveillance, access control, and territorial reinforcement. But the implications of this in Delhi remains limited. So issues and gaps in the CPTD is crime policy is in the built environment, notably the limited consideration of gender-specific concern and the lack of an intersectional approach. These findings highlight the imperatives for CPTD policy to adopt a more inclusive, context-specific and community-driven approach to effectively address women's safety and issues. So, designing for women's safety is street lighting, pedestrian walk pathways, public transport, and community spaces. A study titled Imagining Delhi's Urban Space recommends integrating women's safety concerns into the Delhi urban planning framework to enhance safety in public spaces, particularly in market, transport hubs, and recreational area. Global perspective, learning from international best practices in many cities across Europe and North America. The implementation of CPTD principle has been central to reducing crime against women in public spaces. Research indicates that city investing in people safety infrastructure such as streetlights, CCTVs, and well-maintained public transport have a significant reduction in the fear of crime among women. So, Government of Canada demonstrate how institutional framework can accelerate representation when backed by the political commitment and accountability mechanism. The Indian experience illustrates both the transformative potentials of quotas and the need for complementary measures addressing structural power imbalance. So, policy innovations, Canada has gender-based analysis, historical and there are representation gaps like indigenous, racialized and immigrant women remain disproportionate. So success story from developing South Asian countries like Rwanda success demonstrate how legal mandate, political will and institutional capacity can reshape gender norms even in post-conflict societies. The Gender Monitoring Office hold ministries accountable while national dialogues integrate women voices and community levels. If we see Sweden feminist governance model, Sweden dual approach combines strong feminist public policies with high representation of women across political and bureaucratic hierarchies, demonstrating the value of comprehensive institutional commitments. So for India में local governance revolution, India reservation of 1/3 of seat for women in Panchayati Raj institution has created over 1.3 million elected women representative across rural governance body. Positive outcome, improved prioritization of water, sanitation, education in planning. Empowerment of women is marginalized caste and tribes. Persistent challenges, proxy representation, limited financial control and poor capacity building which hindered full transformation. So these are some global initiatives like Spotlight Initiative, He for She, Education Plus initiatives, UN system, Beti Bachao and Canada international assistance policies. So what worked and what did not work is Canada में ये work किया, but इसमें issues ये है instant provisional adoption, intersectional representation gap. Rwanda में constitutional quotas था, institutional accountability थी, work किया, but limited press freedom थी, potential democratic deficit था. Sweden में feminist policies थी, budget mainstreaming था, but immigration related gender integration challenge था. India में local quotas, grassroots engagement है, but tokenism and lack of resource and training है. So implementation gaps, the reality in Delhi, basically there is policy implementation disconnect. We have policies, the majority of women in Delhi continue to feel unsafe in public and public spaces, particularly after the dark. Monitoring deficiency है, policy implementation needs to be supported by robust monitoring and evaluation mechanism to ensure that safety measures are effective. So, and the key challenges are fragmented governance structure with overlapping responsibility, inconsistent implementation of safety initiative across different areas, limited resource allocated for urban safety infrastructures, and absence of comprehensive monitoring and evaluation framework. So critical need is coordinated interagency collaboration, increased budget allocation for safety measures, community-led safety audits and assessments, women active participation in planning processes. So the research gap is in the case of Delhi. While several policy initiatives such as the Safe City projects and safety audit conducted by the NGOs have addressed aspects of women's safety, but there remains insufficient understanding of how these initiatives translate into everyday spatial experience across different urban settlement types. So for this, my methodology approach is a primary survey, stakeholders interviews, secondary crime statistics, and spatial analysis. I have done comparative analysis, policy focus, and actionable insight. So this is the methodology for my research. So my case study area is Delhi. So Delhi present a complete urban environment with high density, rapid urbanization, diverse settlement types, and making it an ideal case study for analysis. Key governance bodies include MCD, DDA, Delhi Police, DCW. Their overlapping role create coordination challenges. So Delhi has one of the highest crime rate against women in India. For example, crime rates 161.8 per 1 lakh women. Low conviction rate, high perception of unsafety. So why Delhi? Because as you can see, Delhi is the highest crime rate. And then if we talk about the Delhi districts, so Delhi districts has north, south and east has high crime rate. Then from that I have taken 3 types of typology of urban areas like planned and unplanned and planned and unplanned areas. So for planned I have taken Dwarka, for which the parameters are signage and physical disorder, neighborhood characteristics, CPTD strategy, community characteristics. So for that, physical disorder is minimal in both areas, both safe, 18%, and unsafe areas, showing it is not key factor in perceived safety. So for this, in conclusion, neighborhood quality, effective CPD strategies, and strong community ties are essential for enhancing women's safety in planned areas. And for the unplanned area, I have taken Shahadra. So enhancing neighborhood quality and building stronger community ties are critical for improving women's safety in unplanned areas. As you can see, the physical disorder signs are consistent in both safe and unsafe areas, indicating minimal impact on perceived safety. So I have done the third one area is Buradi. So in unauthorized area, reducing physical disorder, improving neighborhood condition, and strengthening community ties are key for women's safety, while CPD strategies require carefully implementations. So key findings are spatial disparities, significant difference in perception exists between planned and unplanned areas, while planned showing 65% feeling safe versus unplanned saying 25% safe. The finding demonstrated improving women's safety require addressing structural inequalities in urban infrastructure and governance coordination, not just policy measures alone. So survey results are this: the spatial gradient in safety perception demonstrate that urban form and governance capacity jointly influence women safety outcome. Planned area benefits from structured planning framework and institutional oversight, while unplanned and unauthorized area remain outside formal mechanism, resulting in inconsistent infrastructure maintenance, policy coverage, and public service supervisions. So these statistics highlight the alarming rates of gender-based violence in Delhi. Despite numerous safety initiatives, the data reveals that public spaces, particularly transport hubs and marketplaces, remain dangerous for women, necessitating comprehensive intervention that address both infrastructure and governance failure. So, when we interviewed this respondent from these agencies, admitted that communication between them is often limited, leading to delay in implementing measures. So, the presence of valid accessible transport and active surveillance in planned area correlate with higher perception of safety amongst women, aligned with crime prevention through environmental design. So community-led engagement भी है, neighborhood watch groups होने चाहिए, safety audits, infrastructure advocacy. ये impact करेगा safety अगर their successful implementation of safety audits in planned area demonstrate that evolving local community and safety initiative can lead to tangible improvement in public infrastructure and safety perceptions. Governance infrastructure, fragmented governance structure limit the effective implementation of safety measure, particularly where responsible for infrastructure development maintenance, and law enforcement are distributed across multiple agencies. As a result, planning initiative may not translated into tangible improvements on the ground. Infrastructure deficiencies such as poor lit areas, inadequate transport network contribute to heightened perception of insecurity. These spatial conditions not only increase vulnerability to crime but also restrict women mobility and participation in public life. So these are the key discussion points: integration of governance, integration of governance and urban planning, gender sensitive urban design, community engagement as catalyst, and integrated governance framework. So final conclusion is key revealed in the study provides a framework. So my study provides a framework for understanding how multiple factors interact to shape women's safety. Addressing their interconnected challenge require coordinated action across governance bodies, targeted infrastructures, investment, and sustained community engagements. By this, a multifaceted approach we can use, like women's safety address governance fragmentations, like we have governance reform, infrastructure, community engagement, legal framework, technology, awareness, and fundings. Unified governance task force, centralized monitoring system, and performance accountability. By this, we can strengthen governance and inter-agency collaboration. Public light upgrades, public transport safety and CPTD principle for enhancing urban infrastructures for women's safety. Promoting community engagements and women participation helps in women-led safety audits, district safe committees. Legal and policy framework, gender-sensitive urban planning mandate, and strengthen law enforcement. By making city-wide apps and predictive policing, we can use AI and data-driven approaches for making city safer for women. Public awareness and gender sensitivity, city-wide safety campaign, gender-sensitive trainings. So funding and resource allocation, we can have निर्भया fund utilization, infrastructure इनको हमें double करना चाहिए and key focus areas पे हमें इस पे work करना चाहिए. Integrated pathway to public spaces like governance. I think you repeated. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We would now keep it open for the questions. So anybody has any query? It was a good presentation and I think very relevant in the present context. Any questions, please?
Yes, you was talking about some accepted principles and other things. So, CPTD. You used to speak accepted. I know. Okay. So, what theoretical framework, for example, gender-sensitive planning or CPTD, informed the analysis?
So, CPTD is basically a already policy in Delhi governance, in which we can take care of the जो एरियाज होते हैं उनमें इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के थ्रू जो सेफ्टी इंटीग्रेशन से हमें उस पर वर्क करना चाहिए. जैसे सम एरियाज हैव डोंट हैव एनी लाइट, टोटली ब्लैक एरियाज इन द नाइट. तो सीपीटीडी जो प्रिंसिपल्स है वो ये कहते हैं कि वहाँ पे नेचुरल सर्विलेंस होना चाहिए. मतलब वो एरियाज इतने वो नहीं होने चाहिए, ब्लैक नहीं होने चाहिए, उनको ओपन होना चाहिए. बट ये फ्रेमवर्क थ्योरेटिकल होता है. बट वी व्हेन कम्स टू द प्लानिंग तो समटाइम्स हम प्लान में वो चीज़ मिस कर जाते हैं. So that is only in the theoretical thing.
Okay, and one more thing is you was talking about that planned, unplanned, and unauthorized something sectors. So can you tell me what criteria were used to classify areas as planned, unplanned, and unauthorized?
As per the DDA master plan, they have a list of planned areas and unplanned areas and slum areas. But some of the unplanned area comes into a unauthorized area as per the DDA master plan. So I have selected this as per the DDA master plan areas and the crime rate of the district of that area. That small area comes in a particular district, South district, North district and East district. So जो crime rate था, I have taken that crime rate from that district area and area from the DDA plan list जो होती है उसमें से I have taken the study areas.
Okay, last question from my side. You were talking about MCD, DD and all things. So what extent does duplication of responsibilities among MCD, DDA and Delhi Police impact policy implementations? You was talking about that the role of the MCD, DDA and other things. So my question is, to what extent does duplication of responsibilities of among MCD, DDA and Delhi Police impact policy implementations?
DDA works करता है for कोई नया इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए and MCD works for the maintenance. तो उनके बीच में जो accountability and transparency वाली जो issues आते हैं, that was sometimes that is only under the paper. But actually कोई भी master plan हम जब बनाते हैं
duplication हो जाती है उनके responsibility. That's what I'm saying. My question is इसको कैसे?
सर वो duplications के लिए हमें जो बार-बार हम जो surveys करते हैं, हमें उन surveys के बाद हमें उनको audit करना होगा कि क्या issues आ रहे हैं. जो वहाँ पे वो गैप रह जाता है.
Thank you.
I think you made a very valid point regarding the technology, AI, and because see, we cannot have one-to-one, surveillance. I cannot have, the government also cannot have for every woman a surveillance or somebody to prevent crime or somebody to watch it. So technology has also a very major role to play. Now in day-to-day life also people are using for their children, for their family members and all. So technology, you have valid mentioned that AI and data-driven this thing.
There is an ऐप सेफ्टी पिन के ने बनाया है एक ऐप जो आपको सेफ्टी कंसर्न्स बताता है कि विच एरिया इज सेफ एंड विच एरिया इज नॉट सेफ, बट द डाटा इज ऑलरेडी 2017 and उसके बाद there are drastic change in master plan.
No, in real time also, you know,
sir.
you
Yes,
can
ma'am.
have your family members or anybody who can be, you know, also having a track where you are going and all. So there are many apps now available. So we have to do a multi-dimensional approach for this. Only, you know, just by government and all. So women also has to be made aware.
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you very much. We'll invite, yes, Kshitij.
They said that the perception might आपने बताया कि इंडिया की प्रॉब्लम ये है कि वहाँ पे टोकनिज्म है, तो क्या मतलब है टोकनिज्म का? ये विमेन रिप्रेजेंटेशन बढ़ रहा है, क्या वो टोकनिज्म है या नहीं?
No sir, actually टोकनिज्म का यहाँ मतलब है when a woman going to report a crime, basically पहले तो वो जाते ही नहीं है क्राइम को रिपोर्ट करने, और अगर वो जाते हैं तो there are so many things, क्योंकि मैंने एक्चुअल सर्वेस किए थे पुलिस स्टेशंस के, मेरे लिए मैंने जो यहाँ पे वो वर्ड उस सेंस में यूज़ किया था वो। थैंक यू मैम।
Thank you so much for the introduction. Very good afternoon. I'm Arun Shankar. Good afternoon, all of you. So, I'm so sorry, I forgot about this. Am I audible now? Yeah. So my topic is about youth as a catalyst in urban nighttime economy. I'll summarize what it means. So, firstly, the background. So, urban cities nowadays are starting to function. Am I audible now? Yeah. Yeah. So. Yes, good now? Yeah, thank you. So these days cities have started becoming 24 hours, wherein days have started becoming extensive and nightlife has started becoming a requirement for leisure, you know, stress busters, many other factors. So this study is narratively based on that grounds, wherein in the introduction, as you see, these blue headers are the prime topics of discussion that I'm proposing to discuss today. First, the rise of urban nightlife. Second, the changing lifestyle in a particular context of India, where we have a lot of diverse culture and traditions. Third, how youth become the backbone of this. Then the economic contribution from and to the youth, and the global context of how nighttime economy is observed and pursued as well as lived across the world, and a pressing need of the policy for this. So the synopsis is structured in which, so aim is what is the potential of an urban nightlife where youth act as a catalyst for a vibrant nightlife. So the research design starts with defining what youth is. So the term youth, how do we define? Is it from the age of 15? Is it from the age of 23 or 25? So there are various definitions of how youth is termed, and that is being discussed about. Then what is an urban nighttime economy as per various definitions? So this is the temporal definitions of all the keywords that I'm talking about. So as we discuss, who is a youth, what is nighttime, then what are the various sectors in which youth employment could potentially happen. And in the midterm, I had done a survey, a snowball sampling survey amongst the general public, a sample of 250 respondents, which I'll be discussing shortly. And then based on a case study with Amsterdam as a global example and Mumbai as an Indian example, have drawn few observations based on analysis. So this is a rough structure of my research. So as I discussed, so what is nighttime? The World Health Organization defines night as a time, a normal sleeping hours, typically between 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. So from what my understanding is, no particular entity, no particular organization definitely says this is night. It's all about how they perceive it. It's all about how they understand it. And so it's based on their requirement of how it defines. International Labour Organization says 7 consecutive hours before 5 a.m. Similarly, Indian Factories Act say 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. So similarly, these are the definitions that I found are relevant to the studies. The Indian Penal Code, as we have a legal framework also to look into, because we are talking about night safety and all such things. Then the Shop and Establishment Act. So these are the few definitions. I wouldn't read it entirely. And then the nighttime economy, how they are defined. So how is Department of Culture, Communication and Sports, the United Kingdom, defining it in terms of, in relation to how it is in India. And the UN Habitat, how it defines. Then the word youth. So the National Youth Policy, NYPA, that is Indian government, defines youth as an age between 15 to 29. But down the line through my studies, I realized any age between 18 is considered to be the minor age. So when we talk about nighttime employment, considering the safety, security, all these factors, so we could marginalize the sectors. Minor community. Then there's an age gap of 15 to 18 who are the primary entry-level employees who just come into the picture of being employed. Then we have the mid-time employees who extend their families, who extend their income to the either second family or something. So that is the age between 26 to 40, and 40 to 60 becomes the N-level employees, and 60 plus become the retired section. So that's the classification of age typology that I derived through the studies based on the definitions of nighttime economy and youth. This is a rough survey of the perception of nightlife that I had done. It talks about, I'll summarize, first the age distribution that I just discussed. The second, the gender distribution. In the survey, it was quite evidently seen that almost 68.6% of female representation wanted nightlife desperately, because we could see it is majorly their problem that they are not safe. So as much is nightlife active, or how much ever they want it back. So that's the pressing need that the female sector of this survey has been reflecting on. Then what time does nightlife start? This is based on the survey again. So is it from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. or before 8 p.m.? Because there are in certain situations where there are even third-tier cities where night ends by 8 p.m. So how does night get defined by the time of temporal? Then after 12 a.m. So this is the statistics of how the time is defined. And then the social preference. So what do we go out for? Whom do we go out for? What is the purpose? And what is the nature of spending? Because we're talking about economy, it's a major factor. So the result is quite astounding, wherein we see 500 to 1,000 bucks or Indian rupees on an average spent by youth on the nighttime activities. And what are the categories that they spend in? It's majorly food, beverage, entertainment, and a little bit of transportation and shopping down the line. And mode of travel that we usually prefer are what? Personal vehicles, which accounts in 70.9%, which is quite a pressing thing. So the inference are that food, beverage, entertainment, these are one of the major drawing factors for economic boost in the Indian cities. And a heavy reliance on private vehicles indicate that private sectors, the public sectors, the last mile connectivity, all the transportation nodes to be improved. And what is the motive for a nightlife? So is it relaxation, entertainment? What are the various triers? And through the study, we could see it's basically relaxation that most people want, which is quite evident because it's a matter of managing the work-life balance that people go out for. And these are the various scopes and sectors of youth employment. To start with, the hospitality and food services, which is one of the oldest and most consistent. And so to serve as bars, servers, bartenders, kitchen support, cultural leisure, all these things. Then these also have easy entry-level accessibility because they do not have much qualification requirements like a white-collar, blue-collar job. Bare minimum requirement is that you need to be there. Then the creative industry like films and all such things where they have DJs, parties, all such things have. They fall under the creative industries. Then the transport and logistics like, taxi drivers, food delivery, all the menial type jobs that support the infrastructure of the city. Then the retail and night market, which is one of the most important because the local trade, the local system, because majority of the malls shut down by 11, 12, and then if you're talking about commercial activities, it's the street activity. So that's quite important. Then the safety and security, which collectively responds to all other factors. Transportation and logistics, taxi drivers, food delivery, ride hailing, then the retail and night market, safety, security, platform dominance, the gig economy, informal economy, which is the street economy, because they are majorly not formalized, all the economy is not formalized or regularized, it's majorly informal. Then the auxiliary and support services, which the cleaning support system, which acts the quality of nightlife in a city. And here is this case of Amsterdam, where they have an established system of nightmare concept, which was established in 2012. And this has been regarded as one of the best practices, although with flaws, one of the finely working systems, where they have a nightmare concept, who have a established office monitoring the nightlife systems and under a purview. And there are a few inferences that are taken from the nightmare model, wherein the dialogues between how it operates is it facilitates dialogue and cooperation between the stakeholders. It's a bottom to top approach, and they create mutual understanding between the residents, authorities, and night operators. They have a lot of support towards the cultural diversity, the innovation within the nightlife, and they encourage policies that allow nightlife. And few of the strategies that we could adopt from them are, or rather we can inspire from that: keep it safe but alive. How much are we keeping safe but not alive? So that's one thing, that is a pressing thing. We need to keep certain things safe, we need to keep ourselves safe, but also making sure that they are alive. That's one concept, balancing and balancing protection and freedom. And the focus on safety, vibrancy, and responsible nightlife. And how much the dark spots within a city are eliminated by lighting them up. And the infrastructural improvement in streetlights, walkways, pavements, subways, gardens, etc. The enhanced night safety festival approach. So Amsterdam has implemented an approach where each and every suburban corner, there's one important thing where they have decentralized their nightlife from the urban core to suburban core, so that urban cores do not get overpopulated again. So they have decentralized it to suburban, and they have made them a festive approach so that they all work in tandem and in supervision with nighttime mayors and all that. So these are the strategies adopted that you can see. So how will selective 24-hour licensing is done, how alcohol, liquor, all this is limited, but licensed with under control. Then the multidisciplinary spaces like bars, galleries, co-working spaces are preferred, under control. They are all licensed and formalized, as how it is not done anywhere. Then how much the urban squares and hosts are done. So any urban square becomes a nightlife activity because that is a defined space now, and there are any other cities that is shut down. And how clubs are or bars. So all these things are the factors. And the benefits to the youth in these studies are that as per the studies, 500 or more than 500 night avenues are being run entirely by the youth. And this creates a lot of cultural events, entertainment, hospitality, amenities, etc. The city's administrative positions are also being put in position for youth, because this, as we discussed, it is a bottom to top approach, and they are also vital stakeholders of this entire process. And this reduced closure of unauthorized venues to up to 40%, wherein while we formalize something, it is as good as policing something and curtailing the other part. And the web-based data management of complaint registering, following up, everything was formalized and in place. And this is another example of Mumbai, which is in Indian context, where we know the few of the sectors that are supported by nightlife is the hospitality, the films and media, where shootings happen, media vlogs and all that happen. Then the gig economy, where delivery, Swiggy, Zomato, Uber, all these operate 24 hours. And these are major source of income for the young people who work at nights and part-time education. This supports their balancing the social nightlife. And the retail market, the informal economy, where the street food, night market, all these things account to 20% of the shift. And the infrastructure and safety, this is another factor. And again, what is the role of youth in a city like India? So the demographic progress, though, we could see that 18 to 35 years of young population is what is majorly the pushing factor for this economic drive at the night, because they have something or the other, either the education or something to do in the morning, and they have some thirst for economy at night. And the workforce participation. It's recorded that 60% of the workforce is from age 15 to 29, which again is to be formalized as per the definition of youth. Then the economic mobility, we could see almost taxi driver or a Ola or Uber driver could easily earn up to 25,000 in a nighttime business in comparison to what. Then this provides a lot of flexibility in the education, where in morning hours they could do their formal education and evenings they could spend for their ride hailing and all such activities, predominantly for the nightlife. So these are the parameters that I deduced from the case studies of Amsterdam, Mumbai, and various others literature as demographic factors, the job creation factors, major sectors of employment, the safety measures, the flexibility of income, and the policy impacts. So based on which these are the strategies that we have come into. So although not entirely the model of the nightmare system, we could draw some guidelines from them, and the cities needs to be formally established as a nightmare system for business sectors, including the youngsters. And there's a keep it safe but alive concept is something that we have to have a pressing need into the nighttime economy. And few of the urban planning and infrastructure that we could see is to eliminate dark spots within the urban fabric. And in India, where urban cities are focused into the center of it, this could be decentralized to suburbans, wherein the suburbs, once they are lit up, the traffic and all other factors will decentralize. And these are few strategic recommendations of youth economic development, wherein how to support their nightlife with subsidies, how to formalize street food and night market, as it provides, as we discussed, a low barrier entry, because there is no particular entry level qualification required for this. And how the policies, how incentives could be put forward for policies for students in balancing the academics and finance. How the gig workers depends on the nighttime economy. And safety and inclusivity, addressing the lack of infrastructure support women majorly face. Ensuring the safety and gender inclusion. So why not women work at night if they want to? That's another question that is altogether another research. And need to launch an updated platforms to residents, the complaint records and all those things. So this is a summary of how nightlife economy is relevant to a growing economy like India, and how much it could reciprocate to the youth value, and how much it could potentially reflect on the growth of youth as well as the country. Thank you so much. I think I'm done.
Thank you very much. Your presentation was also well timed, so I think we have a very disciplined team.
Oh, thank you.
So the forum is now open for the audience to ask any questions.
Yes.
You said keep it safe but alive.
Yeah.
So don't you think that aliveness is directly proportional to safety? If a place is alive, obviously that place will be safe. And if you think that both are directly proportional, then it's fine. If it's not, but because you have used the word but, so can you name a place which is safe but not alive at night?
Could you please come again, ma'am? I'm sorry, I lost in between.
Because you have said if it's alive,
Mm-hmm.
if it's safe, it will but alive.
No, what I meant is,
Keep it safe.
yes, but alive, yes.
Keep it safe but alive.
Yeah, true.
So but word is there. So don't you think that aliveness is directly proportional to safety? If a place is alive at night, it will be safe. Because if we think, if you're talking about Amsterdam, you are talking about Mumbai, so that places are safe because we have, if you think of Jane Jacobs' philosophic eyes on the street, because of the market area or any commercial market or any street food that we see at nights, that spaces are safe because people are going there, isn't it? So why that bird word is coming? Can you name a place? It is safe at night but not alive.
Yeah, so it's not about the spatial temperament. What I meant by keeping it safe alive is, it's about our perspective about how safe am I and how alive am I. So I'll put it in a different way. So we are talking about urban spaces where it is safe. When how am I from a rural area reaching that particular space to be alive there and safe there? Because the transition from my door-to-door system, from my place to that particular nightlife, that may not be safe. So safety is inclusive of the transit also that place from where I start my journey and I come back. So
I think as per my perception, images of any place, it's alive or safe, it comes when you see, if it's alive, we think that we are feeling safe, isn't it? So, but you are saying about your own perception here.
Yeah, I mean, safety and safety again is very personal. Projective. So that's again
then because when we talk about a safety in a broader spectrum, it's about the image, I think so.
Definitely.
Image of the
I agree
place.
with that. Yes, I agree with that part. It's majorly about the image, but that's what we cannot blanket wrap it. It's very subjective.
Anyone, if you say about perception, anyone can feel unsafe in any surrounding. It's about the mental condition, isn't it?
Exactly. Now, how? I mean, I can even subject it to how safe are we? Because I don't feel it safe with questions now. So it's about safety and alive where we sit and where we talk about.
So I think
we will continue our discussion over the
Sure,
TV.
sure,
So
sure.
we'll invite the next speaker,
Okay.
who is
Thank you
Vaishnavi Gaure. She's presenting on museum as spatial instrument supporting creative culture, integrating community economies, creative placemaking, youth identity through spatial planning. Her co-author is Ruchishmita Pradhan. She is from Department of Architecture, School of Planning and Architecture, Bhopal. So over to you, Vaishnavi. You will have 10 minutes to present and we'll put the buzzer on. Thank you.
So good afternoon all. Myself Vaishnavi and she is Ruchishmita and we are from School of Planning and Architecture, Bhopal. So I'll be talking about our research which is museums as spatial instruments supporting creative culture, integrating community economies, creative placemaking and youth identity through spatial planning. So first of all I'll talk about the background. How museums today are evolving from heritage repositories to cultural infrastructures and what all are in urban contexts. Their museums now contribute to public life, cultural identity, creative economies, and importantly, youth participation. So here rises a question, which is if museums are becoming more interactive and socially driven, so what role does spatial planning play in enabling this transformation? So the research problem or basic research question is that while existing research focuses on programming and curatorial strategies, there is a clear gap in understanding the role of spatial design and planning. So our research asks how can spatial planning influences museums' ability to support creative economies, youth identity and placemaking. Basically, it forms the foundation of study. And the research question focuses on how can spatial planning influences museums' ability to support youth identity, creative economies, and placemaking. So the aim of our research is to examine how spatial planning strategies influence museums as catalysts for creative culture. And we have focused on how to examine the evolving roles of museums and analyzing the spatial organization and urban integration, and to explore spatial environments supporting youth engagement and how to propose various planning strategies that will help in development of inclusive and more community focused museums. So the basic conceptual framework is that it focuses on four main points that are urban systems, cultural identity, creative economies, and youth engagement. So first of all, spatial planning has four main domains that are accessibility, circulation, public realm integration, and flexible spaces. So flexible spaces includes all the spaces that can be accessible and where youth can easily participate and interact easily. So also urban context shapes museum accessibility and how it leads to social and economic impact. So the basic methodology we have followed is first of all literature review that will focus on theoretical grounding, cultural infrastructure, urban planning theory, and museum studies, which are the conceptual foundation which will lead to further study. And we have compiled 4 separate case studies for these, and the primary data collection in which we did youth survey, interviews, and observations. So further, Ruchi will do the case studies.
So continuing with the case studies, first 2 case studies, Miraikan, Tokyo, and Tate Modern are our literature's case studies, where we have studied that in Miraikan, Tokyo, it is a interactive science museum where there is a central atrium and radial circulation for easy movement and visual connectivity, where the youth can have a strong engagement with flexible galleries supporting experiential learning. In Tate Modern, it is a adaptive reuse building which was earlier a power station, and it was its turbine hall acts as a major circulation and public space where there is a strong sense of urban integration and public accessibility, as it is located beside the river with good accessibility. Then for the next 2 case study is Virasat-e Khalsa. It is located in Anandpur Sahib, Punjab. It is a large-scale museum with large galleries with uses storytelling and multimedia exhibitions, audio-visual for its as a mode of contact between the visitors and the youth. It has a major footfall as it is located near a Gurudwara which is connected and has a good public transport. Tribal Museum Bhopal, it is a community oriented museum. It has also experiential galleries and interpretive installations, but in this museum it acts as a community oriented cultural hub. While doing the comparative analysis, one thing which we have noticed is that for tribal museum it is located in a more of a government buildings area, while Virasat-e Khalsa is located near a strong pilgrimage and tourism access. So the access to tribal museum, it is a bit difficult as compared to Virasat-e Khalsa, because in tribal museum there is no direct connectivity with the public transportation system. But in tribal museum there are educational workshops and public gathering spaces, while Virasat-e Khalsa has immersive storytelling galleries. While coming to the findings, urban integration, the major role is played by the public and city transport network. Spatial capacity, larger and flexible supportive spaces which include diverse programs increases the inclusivity and accessibility factor. Also, the use of universal designs is also an important part in this kind of spaces. Public realm activation, open areas like plazas, gathering spaces. Nowadays, few museums have living learning spaces where the artist or the curator of the particular space come and interact with the visitors and the youth, which is directly correlated with the youth engagement of the particular space. This museums also have an economic impact as they generate employment for the particular area, also supports tourism of the city, and it also encourages the local artisans and local tribal people to showcase their craft, and also some help them in their economic condition. Then museum at multiple scales and dependence is like museum. The small museums can carry small spaces, but museums which are larger and have more interactive spaces can also bring a difference in engagement of the youth. And concluding this with the spatial planning strategies, policy and urban design, cultural and infrastructure also it showcases the culture of the particular area. Adaptive reuse of the buildings which are old can also attract the youth, and institutional partnership strengthen the cultural and social role of the people. Secondly, spatial integration strategies, central public hubs, flexible galleries, plazas, and corridors which are connected enhance the activity and engagement. Youth-oriented design like maker labs, I have spoken about living learning spaces, immersive spaces, workshops, or inclusion of classrooms in the museums can also have youth encouragement and also connectivity with the crafts and learning more. And finally, planning principles, inclusive planning. The spaces with more inclusive planning design will automatically attract people who are specially abled, and also promote cultural while remaining accessible to a diverse group of people.
So finally, the conclusion of the research tells us that overall, through the research, we conclude that museums function as urban cultural infrastructure, and their success totally depends on how they are spatially planned and integrate within the city. And well-designed public spaces enables more youth engagement and participatory challenges, and also how spatial planning here becomes key tool that transforms museums into civic spaces, cultural hubs, economic catalysts. So this research gives the museums gives us that idea that museums are not just isolated buildings, but are cultural infrastructures and spaces which can generate youth participation, creative economy, and urban identity. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Any quick questions?
So otherwise tea is ready.
So I'll just summarize the session. I think we had a very illustrious presentation in this session, and they were touching upon all the aspects of sustainable development, that is social, economic, and environmental aspects. So which is the future aspirations, and the youth have catalysts for that. And India is blessed than other countries that our 40% population is of youngsters. So we will have both working hand and better development than other countries. Thank you very much. So any discussions can follow up in the.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for concluding the session. So I thank all the presenters for their valuable contributions. So discussions like these highlight the powerful role that youth leadership and social entrepreneurship can play in creating innovative pathways for social impact and community resilience. Now, before we conclude this session, so I would like to express sincere appreciation and gratitude to the session chair and co-chair for their thoughtful moderation and valuable insight. May I request the organizing team to kindly present a small token of our appreciation to the experts, and I request all the presenters to please be ready for a group photograph. Please do not leave. So please give a huge round of applause to the session chair, Professor Dr. Chitrarekha Kabre. So ma'am, we'll do the honors on the stage. Another round of applause for our co-chair, session co-chair, Dr. Sandeep. Kindly join us on stage, please. So I will do the honors this time. So in the meanwhile, if the presenters, they can be ready, please. Huh? So we hardly have any time now. Check करो. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks for coming.
Kirti Gupta, ma'am.
And our rapporteur, yeah, Miss Kirti, please join us. So all the presenters, if you can please join us, and I request a session chair, co-chair to be with us once again, and Kirti, if you can join us too. Kabrin. Balance. Okay. Composition check. I hope all of them are there. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. He was also a fellow at the Indian Institute of Advanced Studies, Shimla, where he worked on a project entitled Mohallas and Smart Cities, post-colonial development in Delhi. He was a World Social Sciences Fellow in Sustainable Urbanization 2014 and Program Coordinator of the Masters in Social Design at Ambedkar University, Delhi in 2013. He is an architect with a Masters in Urban Design from the School of Planning and Architecture, Delhi, and a PhD in Architectural Sciences with a specialization in informatics from the Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, Troy, New York. So architect Prachi Patel, so she is the session co-chair. She is an assistant professor at the Institute of Architecture and Planning, Nirma University, Ahmedabad, with a strong academic and professional background in architectural design and theory. She holds a bachelor's degree in architecture from SVIT, Gujarat, and a master's in architecture, theory and design from CEP University. So with over a decade of combined experience in academia and practice, she has worked on diverse projects including residential, institutional, industrial, and interior design. So we welcome both of you, and sorry for all the fumbles because I'm speaking too fast probably. Thank you, over to you.
All right. So I welcome you all to the last session of today. The session is entitled Working Papers, and the papers included are, this was the last information that I have. Engaging Youth in Urban Transformation, a community-driven approach to street redesign Ahmedabad by Asmi Sengar of SPA Bhopal. Yeah. All right. Designing for divided attention, reframing partial attention as an accessibility condition by Keshav Tandon of Amity University. All right, great. Then the third one is impact of urbanization on transformation of building use, case of Una, Himachal Pradesh by Aarti Sharma and Dr. Puneet Sharma of NIT Harmirpur. No? Not here? All right, so that's in question, or the person's not there? Okay, question mark over there, sorry. I was told that they were here. Then workshop appropriation in cafes in Delhi, a study of furniture affordances and spatial adaptations by Sanika Ajit Khune of SPA Delhi. All right. And I think the last one, identifying and preserving micro-scale vernacular identity anchors in post-disaster reconstruction of Garhwal region, Uttarakhand by Anushka Dankar of SPA Delhi. All right, so am I missing anyone? No? All right. Okay. At the outset, one might struggle to find a common theme upon rereading the abstracts. I think I found one. Whether actively meaning to or not, all papers to me carry the theme of quote-unquote community on concepts that deal directly with the politics of community, namely participation, decentralization, etc. The American cultural critic and environmental activist Wendell Berry writes, quote, community is a concept like humanity or peace or youth, which is part of our focus today, that virtually no one has taken the trouble to quarrel with, even its worst enemies praise it, end quote. This is perhaps because if one were to define aims and goals too specifically, this may end up dissipating that warm, fuzzy aura that surrounds the term community. So what are we to do? American historian Christopher Lasch, for example, defines community or communitarianism as, quote, a general strategy of devolution or decentralization designed to end the dominance of large organizations, both the state on the one hand and large corporations on the other, and remodel our institutions on a human scale, end quote. While the term human scale is an architectural term describing components of a building in relation to the people who use it, human scale can be extended to mean social arrangements, economic arrangements, and political structures that relate with other people in more meaningful ways instead of simply as users and consumers. So I'm putting this challenge of community as devolving, decentralizing, and ending corporate dominance to remodel the future at the human scale. There is, of course, so much to this, but as to not take up more time from the speakers, I will end with the environmentalist Kirkpatrick Sale, who said this: a human scale world would have the advantage of knowing not to depend on technology that involved expensive and manipulative machines within large, widespread, even global complexes that would have no need, that would have I'll just reread the quote. A human scale world would have the advantage of knowing not to depend on technology that involved expensive and manipulative machines within large, widespread, even global complexes that would have no regard for the individual village, the community, the family. End quote. So I ask you all, especially the authors, to imagine how each of your research or design projects would help in creating just such a human scale. Thank you. So we can get started.
Hello. Good evening to everyone present here. So I'm Asmi Sengar, and today I'll be discussing over how we can engage youth in urban transformation, which is a community-driven approach to street redesign. For this study, I've taken the context of Ahmedabad. Going through the background of the study, so urban streets in Indian cities act as multi-purpose public spaces. They support mobility as the primary usage, and they also act as informal vending zones, social and interactive areas, and they also carry cultural expression. But according to the conventional planning approach, we followed top-down approach, which is more or less vehicle-oriented and limits the community participation. So the research problem that I've catered to is that youth is rarely involved in the urban planning decisions. Their perspectives are usually hindered and are not really visible in the designing processes, and it creates a disconnect between street design and the actual use of the street. So limited youth participation, top to down street design approach, and the mismatch between the designing process and the actual user needs caters to the research gap here. So the aim of the study is to examine how we can increase the role of youth participation in community-driven street redesign and its impact on inclusive street design in Indian cities. The objectives include how we can increase youth participation, evaluate how their perspectives can influence the street design outcomes, and how we can generate a participatory framework to cater to the youth engagements also. The research methodology that I have followed is of a qualitative approach. We have gathered information from case study analysis, literature review from the papers, and secondary data synthesis. The data sources includes the academic journals, policy documents, urban design guidelines, project reports, and case studies. So our first literature review topic was how streets act as social spaces. Streets, the functions mostly of a street includes walking and commuting, transportation, informal vending, social interaction, and cultural and recreational activities. This particularly makes street as an important space for youth engagement. Ahmedabad for this study was chosen due to its recent active street redesign approaches and public realm improvement, presence of participatory in urban planning programs, diverse street typologies within the city, which includes residential, commercial, and transit-oriented corridors, and increasing focus on pedestrian-friendly urban environments. Streets also influence the user experience, and it is mostly present on the street edges. Street edges mostly consists of the shop fronts, seating areas, transparent facades of the shops, and in the interactive elements of the streets. These street edges encourage the lingering social interaction and the youth activity. Study context. Ahmedabad is one of the India's fastest growing metropolitan cities. It provides a significant context for examining this community driven approach. In the last 2 decades, several urban development initiatives have been taken care in the city, which includes the riverfront redevelopment, BRTS, and other street enrichment programs. So the 2 streets that have been studied in this research were the CG Road, which is one of the most prominent commercial corridors in the western part of the city, and Ashram Road, which is a major arterial corridor running parallel to the Sabarmati River. So the major so safety, comfort, and inclusivity plays an important role in the youth engagement, and it helps youth to come together and feel safe in a place and interact and make the space more vibrant. Outcomes from the study includes that active commercial edges were present along these 2 roads. Continuous and well-designed sidewalks were present. Vehicular dominance was there, which reduced the pedestrian activity. Streets have strong potential to act as social spaces, and community engagement in overall sense improves the social ownership of these streets and perceived safety with long-term usability of the streets. So the participatory techniques that we can include to enhance youth engagement are participatory mapping, co-design workshops, peer-led engagement models, street programming, and temporary installations on the street art and creative expression, interactive and active street edges can enhance the social element of a street, and thus it helps to make a youth-friendly street. Yeah. So, for youth participation, we can on the major basis we can increase the inclusivity of the streets, social interaction and vibrancy, safety and accessibility of the place. Thus, we have to bridge a gap between how the design processes only include the major authorities and not a youth involvement model. Thank you.
Shall we remove this? I think I'm quite tall enough to. I just want to check one thing before we start the presentation. It's updated one, no? Okay. Sure. How do we present it? Thank you. Hello and good evening, one and all present here. Myself, Keshav Tandon. I'm affiliated with Amity School of Design, Amity University, Noida. Today, in front of you all, I'll be presenting my research work on the topic Designing for Divided Attention, Reframing Partial Attention as an Accessibility Condition. So, as in the real world, most of us are users who are multitasking all the time. On our digital devices, we all the time, use it while working, while walking, while doing something else. So most interfaces, while being designed, assume full attention of the user. However, in reality, attention is fragmented. Users experience interruptions and cognitive resources fluctuate. This leads to incremented errors and slower task completion rates. So currently, accessibility research focuses upon visual impairments, motor impairments, and cognitive disabilities, but rarely considers temporary cognitive constraints like divided attention. There is limited research on interface usability during interruptions and measuring usability under partial attention. So, my study aims at evaluating usability under full versus partial attention, identifying performance breakdowns caused by distraction, introducing partial attention accessibility as a concept, and proposing a quantitative model called Cognitive Bandwidth Model, CBM. So what is partial attention accessibility? Partial attention accessibility refers to the ability of a digital interface to remain usable when the user's attention is divided. The key characteristics include error tolerance, interaction continuity, easy recovery from interruptions. The goal is to design interfaces that work even when users are distracted. So, to measure usability under attention constraints, I propose CBM, Cognitive Bandwidth Model, which is equal to ICD, interaction continuity drop, multiplied by ACB, attention cost of breakdown, whole divided by available attention. Higher the CBM value, greater usability breakdown under divided attention is experienced. The CBM value, if ranges between 0 to 0.2, the interface is resilient to distraction. If it ranges between 0.2 to 0.4, moderate usability degradation is allowed. 0.4 to 0.7, significant usability breakdown is experienced, and if it surpasses 0.7, severe cognitive overload is experienced. So my methodology was quite simple. I recruited 40 participants from the age group of 18 to 35 who were regular digital device users. They were invested into two testing environments. First was full attention condition and the second was partial attention condition. In full attention, there was quiet, distraction-free setting with no notifications or interruptions. Whilst in partial attention condition, periodic auditory prompts, on-screen notifications and background noises were included. They were provided with 3 tasks to be completed. First was form completion, which was a multi-field form. Task 2 was information navigation, which was locating specific information across different pages. And task 3 was transaction confirmation, reviewing and confirming a simulated purchase. And metrics were recorded during this whole task. So participants were briefed about the study. They performed task in one condition. Short break was provided. They performed the task in the second condition then. Order was counterbalanced to avoid biases and post-task feedback was collected. So the metrics were quite simple. Task completion rate was recorded. Error rate was recorded. Task completion time was recorded. Confidence rating was done. And NASA TLX score was calculated. So as per this, task completion rate came out to be 92% for full attention, whilst it decremented to 71% in partial attention. Error rate, which was 8% in full attention, incremented to 28% in partial attention. Average task time, which was 42 seconds for full attention, converted to 65 seconds in partial attention. And confidence rating, by the way this was subjective, was 4.3 out of 5 for full attention and turned out to be 3.1 out of 5 for partial attention. So therefore, the implications which I like to present in front of you is, interfaces must tolerate interruptions. Interaction flows should support recovery. Designers must account for cognitive constraints. So my reflection on my own work was that real-world interactions rarely involve full attention. Interfaces assume uninterrupted cognitive focus. Identified hidden attention privilege in design is necessary. Introducing partial attention accessibility as a concept was one of my contributions. The second contribution was developing cognitive bandwidth model, CBM. My limitations are limited sample as I recruited young and digitally literate users and controlled a not naturally full environment was created. Task scope focused on basic interactions. Forms, navigation and transactions were given, does not cover complex or long-term usage. Redefining CBM with more variables and validating it across different platforms and domains will also be my future scope. And developing attention-aware adaptive interfaces as a UI designer will be one of my major tasks. Therefore, I conclude with a new concept of partial attention accessibility, PAA, a quantitative framework, quantitative bandwidth model, CBM, and experimental evidence of usability breakdown under divided attention. Future systems should be designed for realistic attention conditions. Thank you so much.
No, 52. This one, no? Yes. Good evening, everyone. My name is Aarti Sharma from NIT Hamirpur, Himachal Pradesh. Today, I will be presenting my topic, impact of urbanization on transformation of building use, case of Unna, Himachal Pradesh. Introduction. What is urban? Urban is an area where large number of population lives in a dense area. At least 75% male population working in non-agriculture activities. Urbanization is a major factor shaping towns today. Not only metro cities but small towns like Unna are also growing rapidly. Due to this growth, many residential buildings also along the roads are being converted into commercial and mixed use space. This creates planning challenges like traffic congestion, waterlogging, etc. Aim and objective: to analyze the impact of urbanization on transformation of building use in Unna between 1991 to 2025. Objectives: to examine the growth of built up area in Unna municipal area, to identify transformation of residential building into commercial building and mixed use activities, to analyze spatial pattern of urban growth along major corridors, to identify emerging urban issues and suggest planning measures for sustainable development. Study area: Unna town located in the southwest part of the Himachal Pradesh. Unlike many hill towns, Unna lies in the relatively plain terrain, which allows easier horizontal expansion. The municipal council area includes residential neighborhoods, commercial zone, institutional area, transport corridor, and peri-urban fringes. Due to improved road connectivity and administrative importance, the town attracts population and economic activities from surrounding rural areas. Methodology which I used. This study is based on the three stages literature review to understand the urban concepts. Secondly, data collection from TCP, satellite image, etc. Analyzes the data using ArcGIS map using built up growth and land use changes. Built up growth comparison 1991 to 2025 every decades. In 1991 the ground coverage is 254,231.4 square meter. In 2011 the built up is to 5,20,096.9 square meter. After that, the built-up area is increased 6.5 million times more than 1991. Then they create some issues, highlighted area like issues traffic congestion, waterlogging, mixed land use conflict, encroachment of footpath, public spaces, sewerage disposal issues. Unna MC ground coverage from 1991 to 2021. The 1991 the ground coverage is 2,54,231.4 square kilometers. And key findings: urbanization has significantly influenced the spatial growth of Unna town. Built up expansion mainly along the major road corridors. Residentially building gradually converted into commercial uses. Emerging the mixed land use, commercial ground floor, residential upper floor. Conversion of agriculture land and open spaces into built up areas. Urban issues, traffic congestion, parking shortage, drainage problem, infrastructure pressure. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Sanika Khune from School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi. I will be presenting my research on workspace appropriation in cafes in Delhi, a study of furniture affordances and spatial adaptations. So let's start by looking at a fundamental shift in our urban life. Fueled by mobile technology and a rise in mobile working culture, we noticed that people have shifted from formal workspaces like offices to more informal third spaces like libraries and cafes. This is because people are seeking out new environments that offer the physical infrastructure for working and the comforting dynamic energy of a social setting. One of the primary examples is an everyday cafe. This is a picture that I've taken at one of the cafes in Delhi, where we can see that the same space is being used for the purpose of leisure as well as work. So this brings me to the core idea of how do young professionals use everyday creativity to adapt these spaces, and how can we design shared environments to be truly inclusive for both work and leisure. So the ideas were, the main objective or the aim was to see how working individuals perform adaptive placemaking through the medium of furniture to appropriate contemporary cafes as functional workspaces, thereby negotiating the boundaries of personal space within a social third place. The objectives were framed on certain themes derived from the literature review. The first objective is to analyze the spatial scripts or the stage of different cafe typologies. The second was to evaluate how working individuals interpret and act upon the furniture affordances. And the third is to build a theory of adaptive placemaking by analyzing the user actions. So this was the set of themes for the literature review. It started with understanding the concept of third place by Ray Oldenburg and understanding cafes as workspaces in today's working culture. The second part was understanding the spatial script or the furniture layouts in the architectural context and the spatial governance or the kind of policies that the cafes have laid out for their users. The third was understanding the affordances and behavioral cues to see what kinds of stimulus or opportunities are provided by the environment to the users. And the last was understanding the response of the users to these opportunities and the ways in which they adapted. The methodology adopted is called grounded theory. So the theoretical framework, like I said, was based on the concepts of third place proxemics, spatial governance, affordances, sensory placemaking, and territoriality. I picked up 3 case studies on the parameters of typology of the cafe, the presence of work culture, and the variety in the spaces present. From this, 3 cafes were chosen in Delhi. The objectives, the methods of data collection included observation of the spaces, interviews, and observation of the user actions. The 3 cafes were studied, annotated proportionate plans were created where sensory and other parameters were mapped out. Their governance type were noted along with some interview and observation aspects, from which I came up to different types of adaptations, 3 main categories, including ergonomic adaptations, functional adaptations, and territorial ones. So that brings me down to the final part where I propose a theory called workspace appropriation, where users perform workspace appropriation through spatial adaptations as a response to the spatial script and affordances in pursuit of functional and sensory placemaking. These adaptations occur through active use of furniture to negotiate space. So to conclude, this theory redefines third place as a produced space. It provides a clear evidence base for flexible interior design, and future scope can include expansion to other third places like libraries, hotel lobbies, and these can be done over a longer temporal scope. And this is, so to conclude, understanding these user-driven adaptations is vital for designing future inclusive civic infrastructure in rapidly urban landscapes.
Good evening, everyone. So, I am Anushka Dhankar from School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi. I want you all to close your eyes for a second and imagine you just lost your home in a flash flood. Now you get back and the government hands you over a concrete box. It's safe for sure, but does it make you feel like home? No. So, my research is based on what does disaster do to a settlement and what majorly we lose in a settlement in terms of a disaster is not houses or homes, it's cultural identity. And the question is, how do we preserve it? The major concern remains cultural homelessness after a post-disaster scenario. So this slide shows my area of study is Garhwal region, Uttarakhand, which is a major culturally active hub in terms of memory, identity, and tourist place. But it is rapidly hit by disasters because of its seismic zone location, flash floods, and high commercialization. What happens later is reconstruction. But the reconstruction brings a major risk of cultural hollowness and ecologically vulnerable settlements. So how do we cope up with it? So the aim of the research is to find out what are the identity anchors in a settlement and how do we preserve and negotiate them in post-disaster scenarios. So the objectives included to quantify spatial changes through urban grain change and then identify identity anchors at street level, and then to understand what policy can bring into the picture and how it can ensure a continuous implication of the changes. And then the last one remains to propose policy recommendations and principles for culturally sensitive reconstruction. So the methodology obviously included documenting the settlements which were hit by disaster and what changes happened in them. And then the survey was conducted to identify ritual nodes, social practices, and what are the settlement anchors so that we can preserve them. So the case studies were Kedarnath, which is hit by disaster, and Lansdowne in the same location, which preserve vernacular built forms and has seen natural growth as settlement. Secondary studies were conducted to see what role does policy play in terms of disaster hit cities. So the analysis had identified the vernacular architecture which respects the topography of the region and the seismic dangers. And later the study showed that the settlement Lansdowne, which was not hit by disaster, still has seen some changes, yet it preserved some of the characteristics like street pattern, lanes, facades, but it still underwent some change because a settlement cannot remain to stay in primitive method. It sees urban and modern world as a role model and it follows that. Whereas we can see in Kedarnath how the widened and straightened road was created for pilgrimage, lanes were omitted, and facades were overridden. There was no sense of vernacular and everything was concrete and simplified. So what are the discussions and suggestions? We should not amplify trends by accelerating material administration intervention, whereas we should suggest policies which preserve the vernacular elements which are locally available and are more sustainable and should be retained. We should integrate the essential principles like street widths, building threshold spaces and clusters and public supports which make people feel like a sense of home. And we should allow communities to co-author and recognize decisions to translate vernacular into contemporary planning tools. By concluding, I would like to say loss of place identity can be restored if we integrate vernacular system, prioritize spatial anchors, foster community engagement, and integrate all these into policy reforms. Thank you.
I thank all the presenters, and with this last presentation, we come to an end of this day. We thank you, our session chair and session co-chair, Dr. Leon Morenas and architect Prachi Patel, for listening to our presenters. May I now invite Dr. Anjali Mittal to kindly give a token of gratitude to our session chair and co-chair. And after that, we'll have a group photograph. Okay.
So, I think I need to see that if they can come forward quickly, all of them. I think starting from Asmi, what you need to know, Asmi? Yeah. When you are looking at, because I'm from Ahmedabad and I know this street very well, so you need to know what is the speed of a street. When you're talking about the community and the edges and how the public things happen, you cannot just say that it just happened because people are there. You need to know what is the speed of a street, right? So if you can get, and also when you are talking about activating the edge, but what it is which activate the edge. So you need to get one step where what is it which activate the edge. I would just say, Keshav, very nicely methodology which you have done. So I appreciate for that. Very nice. Aarti, I would quickly say, reason for urbanization. What are the reason for urbanization? Which you are saying that right? It becomes urbanized and things get worse. But you need to know what is the reason for urbanization. And hence you can address the issue in a more better manner. So you may do that. Sarika, I would quickly say, when you're talking about formal, informal working space, you also need to think about that, what is it where people wants to change their workspaces. So you have a flexibility of changing your workspace every day. आज यहाँ हो, कल कहीं और, कल कहीं और, right? So you have every day you have a different environment to explore your work within. And for you, I have a case. There is an architect called Abhin Chaudhary in Kolkata. You may see his work. He has actually developed certain kind of a project which is very much based on your research outcome. Okay, a cafe and a workspace together. So you may look at such a prototype which he has developed throughout the Kolkata, because Kolkata have that adda culture, and which they have tried to convert it in a contemporary manner as a cafe culture. So you may look into that. And Anushka, when you're talking about this, specifically when something which is destroyed and you want to redevelop it, you may look at again the Khamir by Nilkant Chaya, architect Nilkant Chaya. So even in the Kutch after earthquake, so you need to know the method in which they have developed something which is again rooted to their own culture. So ऐसा नहीं है कि ऐसा नहीं होता है, ऐसा होता है. You don't need to get into the policy thing, but there is a method where you can able to approach bottoms up approach, where you want that community also would be participate and then they do it. But then the approach would be very different. It won't be much on a design front, but it may be much on your participation as an architect and how you understand their living pattern and how you will take them to develop their own town again, right? So I think you please look at the method in which they have recreated whole Kutch after the earthquake. I think that is it from my end. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. May I now invite Dr. Anjali Mittal to come? Yeah, we can have the group photograph first. I request the session chair and co-chair to please join. Leon, one last thing. Thank you. Gratitude for yours. Thank you.
I'll give you a compliment. Thank you.
Prachi. Thank you. With this, we end this session of ours, and you all are invited for the gala dinner at 7:30 in the Silver